Let us continue with the program. Today, we are fortunate to have Mr. Mehta to share his wisdom and expertise on ideation process and problem identification. So without taking up any more time, let's have a quick introductory video.
Mr. Nitish Mehta, Incubation Manager, SP, TBI. Academic Journey. Mr. Nitish Mehta has qualifications as follows. MBA in Operations Management and Supervision from ITM Vocational University, Vadodara. Bachelor's in Electrical, Electronic and Communications Engineering Technology, Technician from University of Mumbai. High School Diploma in Electrical, Electronic and Communications Engineering Technology, Technician from Vidyalankar Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Mr. Mehta is skilled in budgeting, Microsoft Word, Google Sheets, project plans, and project management. Mr. Mehta is also experienced as an incubation manager, service and support engineer, assistant project manager, associate projects.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mehta to the stage. I would like to request Bharat sir to come forward and felicitate Mr. Mehta.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, instead of calling you student, I would like to call you as entrepreneurs because you all are here. Your other friends are not here because they don't have any idea or they are not willing to do something. It's my thought, but it may be a wrong. It may be impossibly that they are watching this YouTube live session and they will say that I want to become an entrepreneur. I wish every one of you to become an entrepreneur. So here I am, Nitish Mehta. You have seen the video. You get the background what I am exactly, what I am doing. So here I'm. I would like to add few things that whatever we have listening during the inauguration function, I am able to relate everything with me. How many of you have related the things with you in personal life? Few, only few. Okay, okay. So I will give you some examples that everything is related to you only. Everything. Okay. Uh, so first I would like to say that ideation process and problem identification, it is like idea only, but two different way. One directly comes to your mind, and another you see the problem and you find out the solution that becomes an idea. These two things are there. Processes are little bit similar, but before that, I would like to know how many are of you from electronic and telecommunication. Okay, pure electronics. Okay, and IT, computer science. Many. Fine. Oh yeah, instrumentation is also there, right? That also important. Product. many streams are there that matters a lot. Okay. So why I ask you, I will give you a relation of that later on. But the whatever is your field, you should consider that as a core field, and you have to think about it. For me, electronic telecommunication was my core field. My first job was sales and service engineer, where I understand a lot of things related to the problem statement and providing the solution to the company, not for own. And later on, I done the MBA and come into this career. Okay, so ideation. What is an ideation? Ideation is nothing but the idea comes in your mind that you can design and develop. Okay, how many of you having some idea in your minds? One, two, three. Oh, great. And those who are don't having the idea in your mind right now, I will give the ideas to you. Don't worry. Okay.
Hello.
Anyone of anyone of you want to discuss any problem? Let me know. We will take that problem and we'll try to continue. We'll try to continue get the solution for that. Okay. So first, I will like to says that whatever the discussion happening in the morning, that really matters me a lot, because it is a networking channel for me. At the same time, I get some ideas that I can share with my startups. I will connect them with the respective members later on, but it give me a chance to build my own network. So similar way, you all are here. Gayatri ma'am also says that when you are going to make a group of 2 to 5 peoples, try to get a different department members, different team members in your group. ये मेरा दोस्त है, मेरे को ही चाहिए, हम लोग दोनों साथ में करेंगे. Leave that thing and try to get a new team member, because you will get some new knowledge, you will get some new idea. It will help you only to build your idea to prototype or the POC. Okay, or the MVP. If you are going for the MVP, will be a great thing in your life, because it's a minimum valuable product that can launch in the market and you can start your own journey with that product. Okay, so what is an ideation? Ideation is a process of developing an idea and putting into a papers. It comes with a different stages, steps. The most important step is a design, that is come as a creativity. You can design your product on a paper, on a sketchboard, on just a note, or you can think in the out of the box to develop the idea. If you're having any idea, you need to think for that idea from all the aspect, all the views, so you will know that what changes and what other parameters need to add in your idea, so that your product becomes a firm. Sir has given some examples related to the pen. We all are using a pen, but we never think that pen label marker will be a product. From childhood, we are using a pen, but no one has think that. One of the person has think that, filed the patent, and he is in the business. Who will use it? That is a different thing. What will be the market size for that particular pen will be a different thing. But think about it, try to develop the solution, and make the product is the important thing. Okay. So understanding idea is one thing. Another is problem and identification. Okay. So problem and identification. Problem and identification. How many of you are thinking that there are some problem with this room? Is there anyone? No one? We have extra mic. No, but it's fine.
This problem could be just because I have a cold, but I feel there is a bit of a ventilation problem.
Okay, fine. Got it. So we are under the centralized AC. So
Sir,
if we, yeah,
so also the steps are very, you can say they are elevated.
height. Okay, okay, got it. Fine. So when you are asking the questions, You both are asking the question, the camera turned automatically, right? So someone has designed it due to which the video cam players, the in initial days there was a video cam and personal is going to get the video, he zoom out personally, zoom in personally. Now that thing is becoming completely automatic because of this camera, right? We are not thinking about it because it is there, we are not bother about it. The AC that you have said, it's a centralized AC. If we make it ventilation, that becomes an not temperature will not be same everywhere, but it's a centralized AC. What we can do is we can do one thing, that we can install a thermal camera to get the temperature sensors of all the human bodies. And if we are feeling that with the AI, if the temperature is below the certain level, the automatically temperature will get adjust for the centralized AC. That we can do. For that, we don't have a solution staircase, we have to manually manage that, right? So for your problem, there is a solution that we can do, right? But how it comes into my mind? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That I say, na, that is human designing issue that we can solve easily. But for you, there is an automation and we can do that. But we need to work on it. Maybe some of the other startups are already working, right? So that is the problem, and we got the solution also. But that solution will work or not, that we need to understand. So whatever I said right now, it's not a final product. I have just the idea come into my mind, I explained to you. Maybe when we are going to work on it, we may feel that its idea not going to work. But with the discipline and with the concentration and with the hard work, if I do work on that problem solutions, I will get the at least prototype level product, right? For that, it may be a requirement that I have to discuss the things with too many people. I need a mentoring support, I need a guiding support, I need to discuss with my friends. Right now, when we are having a cup of tea, the Ashish sir and Amit sir, we are discussing about many other product and problems, right? But during that discussion, we know that what problems are there and what can be the solution. Rightly, sir says that when he was discussing with Amit sir has given us the ideas that the product will applicable for so many things. Right? Sir only says that in the morning that this can be useful, but sir was not having idea of that. That was the problem understand by the Amit sir, and Amit sir able to relate that this product can be used for that particular problem statement, and we can create a solution. Maybe the changes are required, not the exact will be applicable there, right? The pen is there, we are using a pen every day. The pen leveling is there. In the space also we are using a pen, but the space pen is different. We the complete principle of working is different for space panes and the pane that we are using here. So same way, you have to consider a problem, and on that problem, you can think and create the solutions. So when we are working on the problem, first most important thing is identifying and understanding the complete problem. He has said that there is a temperature issue. He's feeling too cold. He's feeling too cold. That's the temperature issue. I understand that problem, but that problem is not for everyone. So what comes in my mind, that we need to check the temperature for all. I need to create the average temperature, and on that average temperature monitoring, I can change the centralized AC temperature. Now I will not go and personally check the everyone's temperature. For that, better solution will be I can install the thermal camera. Now the thermal cameras are available in the market. So with that, the solution can be created, right? But to create that solution, I need to go with the multiples of steps. So first step will be, is like, first step will be the design on papers, on paper, sketchboard, or note down the pointers that what you want to work exactly. So I say the thermal camera. So thermal camera is readily available in the market, but can I use that? That is the first thing. If I use that directly, it's a costly. My first prototype level becomes a too costly. So design those kind of parameters, design those kind of ideas. First, work with the small ideas. Go with the basic structures and try to design your patent. Try to design your product. If your product is at the POC level, that means proof of concept level, that it will work. It, it's not a final product. You need to do many changes in that product, but it can work. That we called as a proof of concept. So his problem can we go up to the proof of concept with multiples of the local temperature sensing cameras and the IoT boards which are available in the market, and small programming we need to do, and after that it can be possible. But we need to work on it. If it is a minimal viable POC level product, we can take into a MVP level. For that, we need to follow some steps. First step will be a design. Second step will be your creativity, that you need to create that product at the level. Third is evaluation. After evaluation, you have to test it at your own level. Whatever changes are required, you have to go back to the design portion and you have to follow the steps. Unless and until you are not getting the perfect calculation or perfect product. Once you get the perfect product, you can call it as a completely ready prototype. Right now, so if you get a complete level of prototyping, you can go for the some government grants or some IP filing that you can do. Okay, I skipped this slide. So sorry. Okay. So these are the techniques of ideation, which says that what kind of ideation you have to follow. So first is brainstorming. So whatever is the problem you understand, whatever is the idea comes in your mind, you have to keep it in your brainstorming to understand and visualize what we can do, how we have to work on that idea. That own brainstorming has to do. After that brainstorming, there is a mind mapping. So mind mapping is nothing but the idea discussing with the other peoples, getting their opinion at own level or the master's level, and creating your own mind to finalize that idea to as a design concept. Once you finalize your idea, you can say that this is the final solution that I want to design. Then you can go for the further development. Sometimes you need to do the reverse engineering. That is the, again, you go back to the designs and you have to follow all the process, and that will work to finalize your solution to product development. Okay, so these are the steps where we says idea to final level prototype, right? So once your idea is finalized, you can go for the prototype. Okay, anyone who is having a currently POC level ready with you, who wants to go for the prototype development, who has some idea, who already has work on it and want to take it finally? Okay, you have. Fine, great. So the product POC level that you have ready with you, you must have done lots of alteration for that. You have must done some research on it. Now try to get and understand whether this product is already available in the market or not. If that product is not available in the market, you are great. You are doing some real innovation. You are not doing a chain business, or you are not adding some new features in the existing product. You have your own innovation. You can go for the first IP product. As you are a student, you all are so lucky that you have a faculty and the incubation centers nearby to help you. In my college time, I was on, in my diploma time especially, I am aware about the word of innovation and incubation. Entrepreneur is not there in the list for me. But later on, I come to know about the entrepreneur when I was graduated. That time, my another friend who has done the engineering from Gujarat, he was having one patent on his name. It was filed, not published that time, but he was having that. And I was like, oh, ऐसे भी होता है, मुझे तो पता ही नहीं. You all are so lucky that you the everywhere Nowadays, the entrepreneurs, startups, ecosystem, incubation, these words are continuously rolling around you, that you are getting the information about it. Okay. So once your POC is ready, you can go for the prototype development. So prototype development can be of two types. One is a paper draft, which is not an actual prototype, which look like the solution, but it's not actual prototype. And another is actual prototype, which we can develop with the 3D printers or the local development boards and all. Right. For many of the IoT devices, it happens that the local boards are available and we connect them and we design some product. That is possible. But after designing that product, if that will call as a POC level. What to do with that? Is your project completed? No. There are too many other components in that board which are not required for your product. So you have to rework on that, that we can remove these products. We can remove these components because those are not useful to you. You will save your, what we say, powers. You will save your money in there also. Only the thing is you need to finalize your product. Okay, so prototype processing, it's a, the basically again the same things are coming over here because ideation and prototype, ideation is similar way. So once you get the prototype ready, you can finalize your product in such a way that again you can approach to the government's grant, you can approach to the incubators to give you the support, to give you the funds. Right. Sir is there with us, who are already says that you all are most welcome with your innovative ideas to develop it and support you. We will provide you the support for the same. They will provide you the funding for the same as well. Okay. So when we say a prototype, there are two levels, two types basically. It's a low field and a high field. When we say a high field, it's a complete developed prototype, which is completely proving that your prototype is ready, which is final level prototype. And another is a in-field. So when we say a in-field, many of the times it happens that the final product may not be a possible. That time you have to go for the in-field only. So in-field prototype means proving that this is a prototype that can be really create a solution, and that can be many of the times it happens with the space technologies or the healthcare domain technologies. That direct final valuable product or direct prototype is not possible, physically possible. So they go with the in-field prototype development, which is also considerable by the market and by the researchers to confirm that this is a valuable product. Prototype can be developed, prototype and product can be developed. So you can also think in that way, that whatever idea comes in your mind, you can really note it down. You can discuss with your friends, you can discuss with your professor, and you can plan to work on it. It is not at all required that you to be a master in that. If you are in from electronic domain and you have some ideas coming from the software part, software tech or app tech, you can also discuss with your team members, your friends, your relatives, and you can also plan that we can do this, we can develop this, but you have to work on it. The faculty, the professor, they will not come and say that you have to work, I will work, you keep it away from you. This will not happen at all. Okay. So I will go to this slide later on. Before that, if anyone wants to ask something related to any ideation or problem statement, please do. Anyone want to ask anything? No? मैंने इतना बोर कर दिया. Yes, I got it, the answer. Fine. So you are going to give the presentation on 23rd of January for the Ideathon, right? So you will form the groups, you will give the, you will create some pitch stakes and all. So I would like to request you to, as an incubation center, how we evaluate the pitches is give the pitch in a such a way that your idea is completely understandable to committee or the someone. Otherwise it will look like you are explaining the problem only, and your solution is not easily understandable. So it's better to provide the problem, to explain the problem clearly and give the solution clearly, so that people, the committee members, can judge whether the idea is really valuable, can go for the prototype development or not. At the same time, when we are creating the when you are going to give the presentation, the committee will give you a time slot, that you will get 5 minutes for the presentation or 7 minutes for the presentation, and during that time you need to complete your presentation. So try to it's like try to be uh, follow the timelines, time structures in a such a way that after your presentation committee will get time to ask the question and you can answer it well. Try to cover all the points related to your prototype developments or the idea stage only, not at the market size and all, because you are at too early stage, that your market valuation is not at all required to the committee or to the members to evaluate your pitch deck. Okay. And if possible, I try to add storytellings as something. I'm very bad in that, sorry for that. Okay. So anyone want to ask something or want to say something, please welcome. Okay. So pitch is nothing but the presentation. Pitch is nothing but the presentation that you're going to give on 23rd, right? So for that presentation, what your idea is, you will create one presentation and give it to the committee. You can share the idea, that what solution and the idea you have in your mind. So for that the presentation is created, we called it as a pitch presentation, where the problem solution will be there, where you have to give the complete detail about what you're going to do the activities during the same timelines. Okay. So the problem statement that you are saying is currently there in the market, and the one or two startups has already created the solution for that also. So with the help of biodegradable material and some rainwater harvesting techniques, they are automatically cleaning the washrooms. So the flush water is there, it will get reused automatically. At the same time, instead of manual flush, they have installed an automatic flush. With the help of solar, they are taking the powers, and again, it's with the IR sensor technology, it will automatically work. That techniques are available in the market. If you want to add something new to it, you can add it. Anyone else? Okay. So I will say that with this, I'm completing the idea and what we say, problem identification. Okay. So thank you. I will join you again for the budgetary part, which you need to plan accordingly. And during that time, we'll take a call.
Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Nitish Mehta.
We are privileged to have with us today an expert whose knowledge and insights on mentorship and guidance are truly unparalleled. Here is an introductory video of Dr. Ashish Panat sir.
Dr. Ashish Panat, Director Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, SNDT Women's University Mumbai. Dr. Ashish as a Director Innovation leads various initiatives to promote innovation and entrepreneurship among women. He has a rich and diverse experience in education administration, engineering, and human resources. He holds a PhD in electronics engineering and an MBA in HR management. He is a professionally experienced individual who has been an executive director in KCNIT Group of Institutions, India. Professor and principal in Priyadarshini Indira Gandhi College of Engineering. Head of department in MIT ADT University. Campus director in Saraswati Education Societies Group of Institution.
I request Mr. Praveen sir to felicitate Dr. Ashish Panat. I generously invite Dr. Ashish Panat sir to the stage and share his expertise knowledge.
Hello. Are you all hungry? Hungry of knowledge or hungry of food? See, one thing I tell you, there are no rules in my lecture. I don't expect to be human. Because if you really want to be innovative, you need to go beyond. You need to think out of the box. And the mentoring is such a concept which is needed when somebody is not fit. So I want you to be unfit. Do you accept all this? Do you feel you are unfit? Do you feel you are having lack of knowledge? Do you feel you need to improve? Are you serious? Very interesting. Because usually we don't get such human beings. Where most of the times we come across perfect people. I know the people to whom we come to know, mostly when we interact, you'll find that when there is interaction between two people, there is always one attitude seen, hidden attitude, that everybody is trying to convince other how I am right. See, even in your friends also, when you talk to each other, तो आप बात करते हो हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश एंड मराठी कॉम्बिनेशन फंटास्टिक. तो आप जब बात करोगे ना तो बड़ा मजा आएगा आपको. अरे यार वो किताब पढ़ी है, अरे तो छोड़ रहे वो किताब पढ़. You see, this is a normal tendency. And when it comes to learning the things or understanding the things, see friends, it seems very easy, but it's not that easy. क्योंकि ऐसा बोला जाता है कि हम मंकी से इवॉल्व हुए हैं. There are certain monkeys sitting here who are unnecessarily laughing, and they are unaware about their credentials in the hall. Now see, this sentence of mine may make you serious. But why I am saying all this? Because, friends, go to the day on which you born. You just imagine. What's your name? Yes, you. I know, you know to whom I am addressing to. Please come. Come on. I like it. Aaja, aaja, aaja. So, very nice. What's your name?
Anish Parab. Anish Parab.
What do you do?
Instrumentation diploma.
Take this. Talk about to them about what is mental. You talk. You.
So ये 10 भाई का है.
Thank you, thank you. See, don't worry. Thank you. See, why I called him, you know, it is a type of counseling. Counseling or mentoring or coaching, these are all the processes. Usually what happens, now in his mind, when I called him, what must be his perception? Yes, there you are. You come out of this nonsense. There is no punishment. There is no existence of punishment in life. The only person who can punish you is yourself. Others have no time to punish you. There is no need of punishment. There can be either improvement or improvement. Either negative improvement or positive improvement. And it cannot happen with punishment. It can happen through mentoring. If you want to improvise, you say, what I said is that you go to the first day when you are born, just imagine. You are zero, you don't know anything. What must be the world for you? क्या होगा दुनिया आपके सामने? My God, ये सारा बकवास. All people surrounding you, all you are observing the kind of objects which you do not know anything about it. All zero. and then you expect the child to smile. हंस दिया उसने, मजा आ गया. You know, there, the other thing, very important. Immediately after birth, doctor waits for, or the parents wait for what? Yes. Why? Cry is for what? To cry for what? Need. Need, dear. Confirmation is on the part of doctors. You are right. Very nice. I appreciate. I seriously appreciate this. Medically speaking, cry is for confirmation. But you see, why do you want to confirm? Well, it's a need. It's a need from both sides. Doctors wants to ensure that, yes, successful, alive. Parents want to ensure that, yes, they have become parents. And the baby wants to cry for the food. It's a need. Isn't it? And then, you see, that small baby, without any sense, you start mentoring. है ना? ऐसा हाथ हिला के, वेरी गुड बॉय, वेरी गुड बॉय. व्हाट डू यू डू? और फिर बाद में आपको ध्यान में आता है कि डॉक्टर्स उसको ऑडियो टेस्ट लेते हैं, ऑडियो टेस्ट. ऐसा एक कान में बजाते तो वो ऐसा देखता है. देयर इज यस, बोथ ईयर्स आर गुड. व्हाट इज दिस? एंड देन यू स्टार्ट डूइंग. मैं, मम्मी बोलती है इधर जाके उसको आवाज देती हूं, देखते वो रिस्पॉन्स देता है कि नहीं. दिस इज मेंटोरिंग. देन यू आर टॉट मदर टंग, लैंग्वेज पढ़ाया गया आपको. इट इज ए पार्ट ऑफ मेंटोरिंग. ये मेंटोरिंग कोई कॉलेज में जाने के बाद में पानट सर मेंटोरिंग करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. किसी के पास समय नहीं है. इट इज अप टू यू टू गेट मेंटोर्ड. डोंट पे पीपल टू give their time for you just for the sake of business. Any damn great, most successful motivator will come and talk to you. You will get, energized like anything for 1 hour. The moment you go out of you will start doing your own mentoring. That is called self mentoring. अरे क्या जो बात क्या हो तो अपने को भी मालूम है. होता है कि नहीं होता है? होता है. Because everybody knows everything. And I'm telling you again that if you really are serious about it to understand, then you must understand the significance, the purpose of mentoring. So we will simply talk about mentoring concept. It's a word. The word has got so many alphabets. MEN, men भी है उसमें, टोरिंग भी है, रिंग भी है, मेंड भी है, ENT एंड भी, अरे बाप रे, बहुत कुछ कुछ टॉर भी है, क्या क्या है पता नहीं. So does it have meaning? You make the meaning out of it. Alphabets are figures, pictures. M is a picture. I make a meaning out of it. M for mad, M for mission, M for money, M for mentoring. I make a sense out of it. So again, I am telling you, there is no mentor existing in the world. It is you yourself. to go into the mode of getting mentored, तो पहली बात तो ध्यान में रखिए कि डोंट ब्लेम फॉर अदर्स. Don't blame to others if you don't understand. Don't blame to anybody who is sharing some information with you. If it is of use for you, you accept it. If it is not, you understand what is not important for you. Be always addressing to the need of yours. And then you will become a punctual, disciplined, grasping, intelligent, sincere person, honest person. ये सारे लक्षण जो है ना, ये लक्षण हर इंसान में होते हैं. It is said by Swami Vivekananda, education is the manifestation of hidden knowledge. अब मैंने इतनी बड़बड़ मैं कर रहा हूं, इतने सारे शब्द बोल रहा हूं, क्या मैंने क्रिएट किया है क्या? तो कहां से आए? कहां से आए? अब देखो यार, मैं उसका वो एक सेंटेंसेस तैयार कर रहा हूं, आप लोग कितना सीरियसली उसको सुन रहे हैं. देखो, माय गॉड, पानट सर इज टेलिंग समथिंग वेरी हॉरिबल. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. आई एम मेकिंग यू इजी फ्रेंड्स. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड. देखो, कुछ लोग है ना हंसते हुए दिखते हैं, बड़े खुश रहते हैं, बड़े मजाकिया इंसान रहते हैं. वो अंदर से जरूरी नहीं है कि वो वैसे ही हो, लेकिन दे कीप देयर स्ट्रेस डाउन, दे कीप देमसेल्फ हैप्पी so that they will be able to grasp and pursue. मैं आपको फिर से बताता हूं in 2 minutes. अगर समझो मैंने आपको अभी तुरंत एक क्वेश्चन पेपर दे दिया और आपको बोला सॉल्व करो, ये सॉल्व करेंगे तो आपको फर्स्ट रैंक आएगा, नहीं तो नहीं आएगा. What will be your reaction? Oh my God. क्या आप में से कुछ ऐसे भी बंदे होंगे, अरे क्या बकवास कर रहा है, फालतू यहां पे भी एग्जाम ले रहा है यार ये. यू सी, बट द पर्सन हु इज सेइंग दिस इज आल्सो प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर एग्जामिनेशन. द पर्सन हु बिकम्स सीरियस आल्सो टेकिंग एग्जामिनेशन. सो इट इज योर एटीट्यूड, इट इज हाउ यू टेक इट. व्हाट इज मेंटोरिंग? मेंटरशिप इज patronage. I mean, there are words. Influence. Influence. What is influence? Do you know what is influence? Ability to affect something. Very good. Any other? Influence. To motivate someone. Okay. Anything? Yes. Influence. What is influence? To influence means? Yes, convincing our thoughts. Anything? What is the outcome of all these things you are talking? Shaping a personality. Yes. What is the outcome? General outcome of all those sentences you have said. Influence means to get the work done. This is also again, what is the outcome of, I mean, general outcome of all. क्या हो रहा है? To getting the work done, ये भी एक चीज हो गई. Change the personality, वो एक चीज हो गई. और आपने कुछ बोला, ये सारी चीजें हो रही है. तो क्या, what is the actual basic concept happening by influence? Means what? To, somebody has said, to change. To make a change. See, what is mentoring? What is influencing? To make something, some change to appear. मुझे mentoring की जरूरत नहीं. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? I don't need to change. I don't need to change my thought process. I don't need to change my approach. I don't need to change or add anything to my knowledge. The moment you want to change, all this nonsense comes. And change is life. Change is life. But we know I have done my Polytechnic in engineering. I know semiconductor technology. I know transistor has 3 leads. वो एटीट्यूड आ जाता है. और फिर एक्सटर्नल एग्जामिनर जब क्वेश्चन पूछता है ना, वो तो मेंटोरिंग करने आता है, आप उसको एग्जामिनर कर देते हो. और फिर वो प्रश्न पूछता है, एनपीएन मालूम है, तो आप गड़बड़ हो गए. क्योंकि सी व्हाई, अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू, आप बोल रहे हैं मुझे एनपीएन मालूम है, और किसी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा तो आप नहीं बोलते, इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? नहीं, यू आर नॉट रेडी टू चेंज. यू वॉन्ट टू टॉक टू यूर सेल्फ दैट हाँ एनपीएन मेरे को मालूम है. अरे भाई दूसरे को बता ना. यू हैव टू मेक सम गुड अनदर एक्शन. यू हैव टू चेंज योर परसेप्शन. यू हैव टू एक्सेप्ट, यू हैव टू चेंज योर एटीट्यूड. डायरेक्शन चेंज करना है आपको. आपको ओरिएंट होना है. इसलिए ये जरूरी हो जाता है कि वो मराठी में एक कहावत है, सोनाराच्या हातून कान टोचले पाहिजे म्हणतात, है ना, जो होता है ना. नहीं तो अगर मम्मी ने किया तो आओ कर लेंगे, बाहर जाके क्या, हाँ ठीक है थोड़ा सा दुख गया. So this is a psychology of human beings. See, when we say mentoring, it is influencing, it is guidance. Guidance means what? Guidance का मतलब क्या समझते हो आप? सबसे बढ़िया गाइडेंस, सबसे बढ़िया गाइड कौन सा है आज के डेट में? आहा, गजब, क्या बात है. The best guide is Google. But that guidance is providing information. Guidance is to provide information. But guidance is not limited to providing the information. Making information available is not guidance. PhD guide. गाइड के पास क्या जाता है, कैसे आपको प्रोजेक्ट गाइड होता है, तो क्या करते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट गाइड साइन करते हैं पेपर पे, है ना. और क्या करते हैं बताओ आप. मुझे कोई एक स्टूडेंट बता दे कि आपके प्रोजेक्ट गाइड क्या करते हैं. हाँ, है ना. यस. नहीं, आई अप्रिशिएट. सी we are trying to, but what she has said, see, try to understand please. Okay. Silent. Thank you. हाँ, now देखो उन्होंने जो बोला है, what she has said, she has tried to make herself understand what she thinks of it. Friends, when we speak words, we don't speak for others. We speak for ourselves. I'm talking to you just to understand what is mentoring. And there can be an addition to my own self, my perception. What she has said is that guide sign करते हैं because I made a statement. Guide sign करते हैं. फिर उन्होंने कहा कि there are certain problems wherein he gives the solution. And then he says, बाकी आप करो. तो गाइडेंस का मतलब क्या हुआ कि यस, गाइडेंस का मतलब हुआ हैंड होल्डिंग. वेर एवर यू फाइंड यू आर स्टक, you will be provided appropriate information in appropriate manner with expectations of appropriate output from you. ये appropriate शब्द बड़ा दिक्कत वाला है, ये तकलीफ देता है. हम जनरली ड्रेस खरीद लेते हैं, शर्ट खरीदते हैं ना बाहर जाके. शर्ट खरीदने के बाद में घर में आते हैं, आईने के सामने खड़े रहते और पहन लेते और फिर पलट के दूसरे को पूछते कैसा दिख रहा हूं. अबे पगला है क्या खुद. You went to the shop, you selected a color, you purchased the shirt, you are wearing it and asking others. How helpless we are. Here, what is the problem? If you ask somebody, How do I look? What is the answer you expect? Yes, positive means it looks good. अगर कोई आपका बहुत बहुत ही क्लोज फ्रेंड है, बोले बकवास खरीद लिया तूने, अकल नहीं तेरे को, तेरे पे सूट होता है कलर, पगला होता है कि नहीं होता है? तो उसको आप गाइड बोलेंगे कि क्रिटिक बोलेंगे कि एनिमी बोलेंगे आप? हाँ, क्रिटिक बोलेंगे, गाइड बोलेंगे, कुछ लोग कोई को लोग एनिमी बोलेंगे. बट द फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर इज दैट जो इवेंट हुआ है, उस इवेंट में जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन उसने दी है, जो भी उसने एक्सप्रेशन दिया है, इट इज जस्ट एन इवेंट ऑकर्ड विथ एडिशन टू योर परसेप्शन. It is addition to your perception, maybe endorsement to your own understanding. जब कोई बोलता है कि it looks beautiful, so you are endorsing your own assumption, presumption. हाँ, यानी मेरा सिलेक्शन करेक्ट है. कोई बोलता है तू बकवास है, तेरे को अक्ल नहीं, बहुत खराब, तो दिस इज एडिशन टू यू. अरे यार, इस एंगल से तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं. तीसरा बोलता है कि मेरे को नहीं मालूम, तूने जो लिया तेरा भाई है, मेरे को क्या. तो दैट इज ऑल्सो एडिशन. कि कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो डिटैच्ड हैं, जिनको वैराग्य प्राप्त हुआ है. तो व्हाई आई एम सेइंग मेंटोरिंग? बिकॉज मेंटोरिंग इज अ वेरी बिग कंसेप्ट. इट इज टू बी अंडरस्टूड thoroughly. Again, I am telling you, mentors does not exist. I tell you, friends, teacher do not exist. It is the students who begets the teachers. गुरु का निर्माण, गुरु को जन्म शिष्य देता है, गुरु खुद जन्म नहीं लेता है. तो मेंटोर भी जो होते हैं ना, दे शेयर देयर परसेप्शन, दे शेयर देयर व्यूज, बट they are fit because they have some experience, background, some wisdom, which is proven and tested, so you accept it. But it is not compulsion on you to accept it. I tell you, friends, nobody can compel you to accept, except there is a threat to your life. Sometimes people do die also, they don't accept. But then comes direction. Then what is direction? See, direction means it's not a scalar quantity, it is a vector quantity. तो वेक्टर में क्या होता है? मैग्नेट्यूड और डायरेक्शन दोनों होते हैं. क्या मायने होते हैं? मैग्नेट्यूड और डायरेक्शन के कॉम्बिनेशन के क्या मायने होते हैं आपको मालूम है ना? डायरेक्शन मीन्स व्हाट? Again, I am telling you. What do you mean by direction? Google gives you direction. Go left, because on the right there is a lot of traffic jam. Yes. So you are given direction for saving your time, for reaching early, for saving your fuel, for saving your fatigue. बट यू सिंपली टेक, हाँ यार गूगल ने बोला यार लेफ्ट से जाओ, ये कुछ भी बोलते रहते, कभी कभी मिसगाइड भी कर देते, ऐसा बोलते हम. मेनी ऑफ ड्राइवर्स आई हैव हर्ड, उबेर वाले ड्राइवर्स को मैंने सुना है, सर ये गूगल पे मत जाओ, कभी कभी गड़बड़ कर देते, दे मिसगाइड यू. ऐसा होता है ना. वैसे ही हमारी जिंदगी में भी होता है. डोंट गो टू दैट टीचर, वो तेरे को कंफ्यूज कर देगा. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना है ना, वो दोस्तों के पास मत जा, वो दोस्त तेरे को लगा देंगे चूना और प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. नहीं, am I right or wrong? This happens. Yes. So I am talking in your language just to make you understand, friends. Seriousness matters in mentoring. Mentoring is not a mechanical process. It's not a mechanical process. चेयर उठाओ रख दो. I have seen people when I order somebody, say for example कोई ऑफिसर एखादे सर्वेंट को ऑर्डर करता है, चेयर उठाओ, और उठा के खड़े हो जाता है, और फिर बोलता है तू क्या कर रहा है? सर आपने बोला चेयर उठाओ, मैंने चेयर उठाया. फिर अरे चेयर उठाना नहीं, वहां पे जाके रखना है उधर। अच्छा ठीक है, हाँ, तो लेके जाके रख देता है। तो पहले क्या हुआ उसका, चेयर उठाओ, तो उसको तो एक डायरेक्शन मिल गया, चेयर उठाओ। फिर क्या बोला, अरे वो चेयर उधर उठा के इधर रखो। अब क्या हुआ, पहला ऑर्डर दिया था वो भी डायरेक्शन था, दूसरा दिया था वो भी डायरेक्शन था, तो दोनों डायरेक्शन में क्या फर्क है? पहले भी असम्पशन था। बहुत बारी टीचर आते हैं या तो कोई आपका दोस्त आता है, आप बोलते हैं यार मेरे को थोड़ा समझा देना, तो सीनियर आके आपको समझाना शुरू कर देता है। तो उसका अजम्पशन ये होता है कि वो अगर समझा रहा है 9 into 6, तो उसको मालूम है कि आपको एडिशन मालूम है, लेकिन आपको एडिशन नहीं मालूम है, तो आप समझेंगे मल्टीप्लीकेशन नहीं समझेंगे। तो अजम्पशन के बाद में डायरेक्शन दिया हुआ है, तो देयर इज ए प्रॉब्लम। अब ये सारी चीजें मेंटर का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मेंटर हैज नथिंग टू डू विद दिस। समझना किसको है, आपको समझना है। तो आप एक्सप्रेस करिए ना कि सर आपने बोला कि चेयर उठाओ, तो मेरा तो इतना सीमित अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, आई एम लिमिटेड टू द अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट यू हैव गिवन मी डायरेक्शन दैट आई शुड पिक अप द चेयर, बट I could not understand that it is to be relocated. So appropriate language also matters. देखो फिर से बता रहा हूं मैं, appropriate language also, communication, effective communication also matters. Please displace, ऐसा शब्द बोल दिया तो आपको पता चल जाएगा कि यहां से हटाना है। Please remove, प्लीज रिलोकेट, प्लीज चेंज द पोजीशन, लेकिन प्लीज पिकअप, वो चेयर उठाओ। तो दैट बिकम्स इट्स डिपेंडेंट ऑन द रिसीवर, परसेप्ट जो कर रहा है उस पर निर्भर करता है। अब देखो आगे का क्या है, गो टू बैक लास्ट, मला वेळ सांगाल बरं, नाही तर मी आपला बोलत राहील। हा, गिवन बाय, झालं का, गिवन बाय, बापरे खूपच फास्ट झालं का टाइम। अच्छा, गिवन बाय, हु विल गिव यू, मेंटॉर, गिवन बाय मेंटॉर। ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, गिवन बाय का मतलब क्या होता है, दे आर गिविंग, वाई दे आर गिविंग, बिकॉज दे आर पेड, they are giving, why they are giving, yes, because you demanded it, because we demanded it, I demanded it, so somebody will give it। किसी को पड़ी है क्या, जाके आपको बोला हाँ ले लो, ऐसा नहीं है मेरे पास 1000 रुपए मैं ऐसे दे दूंगा आपको, नहीं आप मांगेंगे सर मेरे को 500 चाहिए तो मैं दूंगा। so given by, and then comes a mentor, so you have to first accept a mentor, prepare yourself, I mean make yourself ready to understand, then express yourself what you have understood, what not, and then ensure that you are understanding it properly with vector and direction and magnitude both. Then you need to accept it as a appropriate guidance, and then on the basis of that you come to some conclusion, and then when you come to conclusion you take a decision, and that becomes a success of mentoring। तो ये सारा प्रोसेस कितने शब्द हमने देखे, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, मुझे बताइए 4 5 6 7 शब्दों में आधा घंटा चला गया। एंड व्हाट आई हैव मेड यू अंडरस्टैंड, how to accept, how to receive the mentoring। A mentoring can be any type, financial mentoring है, legal mentoring है, technical mentoring है, domain specific हो सकता है, marriage mentoring होता है, प्री मैरिज मेंटोरिंग होता है, मदर्स मेंटोरिंग होता है, फादर्स मेंटोरिंग होता है, टीचर्स भी मेंटोरिंग होता है। यू विल नॉट बिलीव करते हो आप, टीचर को मेंटोरिंग की जरूरत है, वेरी नाइस। तो ये सारी चीजें, देयर इज ए स्कोप ऑफ मेंटोरिंग, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू फ्रेंड्स, unless and until you become mentee, No mentor will help you. Unless and until you become a receiver, no transmitter will give you transfer of power. Impedance needs to match between receiver and transmitter for 100% power transmission. So maximum power transmission के लिए भी impedance matching जरूरी है. For counseling also impedance matching जरूरी है. For coaching also we need to, and for mentoring also. So in mentoring session, who is important? Mentee is important. Why? He is the best mentor. Mentee is the best mentor. क्योंकि पहले क्या करेगा मेंटोर? क्या जरूरी है बताएगा. तो मेंटी पहले क्या बताएगा खुद को? कि तेरे को मेंटोरिंग जरूरी है ना बाबा, बैठ. If you want to make the thing simple, you need to first make your readiness. You prepare yourself, go into those shoes, go into that particular character, and then I tell you friends, anybody at any moment of time during your life, you will get mentors everywhere. कुछ चीजें मैंने मेरे बच्चे से सीख ली है, कुछ मेरे लड़के से सीखी है, कुछ मेरे हमारे यहाँ पे एक छोटी डॉगी लाई थी, उससे मैंने काफी चीजें सीखी. मैंने तो प्यार उससे सीखा अभी 55 की उम्र में. I am telling you how animal loves. I got mentored by that Sophie doggy. How to love. And that is quite possible. So don't be rigid. Don't be stringent. Don't get more formatted. Try to be informal. Try to be receptive. Try to be adaptive. Try to lower down your ego. Don't be a knowledgeable person. Try to be good knowledge gaining person. Your brain is empty. You need to feel it. So make the way for that particular brain to receive the things. And I tell you friends, again I am telling you, from birth till death, you will keep mentoring yourself. वो भगवत गीता में एक बहुत बढ़िया श्लोक दिया हुआ है, उद्धरेत आत्मनात्मानम, यानी इंसान खुद का उद्धार खुद ही कर सकता है. बाकी दुनिया की कोई भी व्यक्ति आपका ना उद्धार करेगी ना अधोगति करेगी, आपका कोई नुकसान नहीं करेगा, आपका कोई फायदा नहीं करेगा. आप खुद का फायदा कर सकते हो या तो खुद का नुकसान कर सकते हो. तो बी अटेंटिव, बी अलर्ट, बी रिसेप्टिव, बी एडाप्टिव, बी क्लियर, be the mentor of your own first. Order yourself, direct yourself, guide yourself, and then you will start receiving. वो पिक्चर में कोई डायलॉग है ना, सारी कायनात लग जाती है बोलते हैं, ऐसा कुछ है ना, शाहरुख वाला डायलॉग है कुछ, मुझे नहीं मालूम. तो that happens. So my objective today was to make you realize that do not just go as a dependent person. हाँ मुझे आज ये मिलेगा, मैं घर पे जाऊंगा तो मेरे को पूरन पूरी मिलेगी, ऐसा नहीं है. Go home and make yourself prepared that कि जो मिलेगा वो मुझे खाना है. तो पूरन पूरी चाहिए तो मैं बना लूंगी. आज भजे खाने की इच्छा है तो मैं खुद बनाऊंगी, पकोड़े बनाऊंगी. ये जज्बा रखो आप, तो फिर सारी दुनिया आपके साथ है. I am thankful to PV Polytechnic people for making me talk to you people. I have many PPTs like that, and I am telling you very honestly, I prepared it just now. But I tell you friends, that if you go on unwilling, if you go on revealing out the facts and figures, if you go on exploring more things, those things become simple. आपको बताता हूं कि आप कोई भी कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज आपके सिचुएशन आपके लाइफ में आ जाए तो आप सिर्फ कॉज एंड इफेक्ट की बात करके देखो कि उसका कारण क्या है, वाई। एक 2 मिनट के लिए मैं सिर्फ वो स्लाइड आगे कर दो, हाँ बस ये सिर्फ देख लो आप, वाई, व्हाट, हु, वेयर एंड व्हेन, बस ये सब बताते हैं आपको, लेकिन आपको उसको इंप्लीमेंट करना है। ये बताना बहुत आसान है, मुझे मालूम है। मुझे जब अभी बताया गया कि टाइम खत्म हो गया तो बाप रे, मेरे में का वो टीचर जाके ऐसे कैसे खत्म हो गया इतने जल्दी, तो ऐसा होता है। बट आई नीड टू स्टिक टू द टाइम। सो व्हाई, व्हाट, हु, वेयर एंड व्हेन, हु विल डिसाइड दिस? Who will mentor will decide this? Then who will decide it? Yes, अहम ब्रह्मास्मि बोलते हैं उसके लिए। ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you, Mr. Ashish Panat, sir, for your interesting session on mentorship and guidance. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Ashish Panat, sir. Please maintain silence. Once again, I would like to call upon Mr. Mehta to share his knowledge on budget management.
हेलो एवरीवन, आई एम सो सॉरी यार, मैं फिर से बोर करने के लिए आ गया। ओके, सर ने तो काफी अच्छा मेंटरिंग वाला सेशन कर लिया। नाउ यू ऑल नो हु इज अ मेंटर एंड हु इज अ मेंटी, राइट? So I'm not here as a mentor, but just wants to give you a few information related to the budget management, right? So they have given me a topic of budget management. You all are too early, right, for startup and ecosystem budget management, but we all are having the inbuilt talent of budget management, right? So every one of you must have getting some money, pocket money from the family, and with that amount we generally plan our monthly activity or weekly activity, or we plan that we will give this to someone, we'll do this sometimes, I will buy this, I will buy that. So it is nothing but the budget management only the thing is it is not in the paper format, or it is not in the tabular format. We have not planned in that way, but in the back of the mind, every time our budget management is there in our mind. Okay, how many of you know how many types of there in the budget management? Anyone can guess types of budget management? Okay. So when you start your project, the budget will start with the materials that we called as a development budget, the project budget. Apart from that, when you required, it's come as an operational budget, the capital budget, the asset budget. These all are budgets. Multiple types are there for the budget management. And the final, another thing is your funding budget. So funding budget is the income source for your startup, for your project, where you get the funds. So the funds you get, the pocket money that you are getting is your funding budget. The expenses that you are doing is your actual budget. And whatever is the profit or the balance you get at the end is your profit and loss statement. Right. So this is kind of a financial statement, what we say, and what we also say the same thing, that is a budgeting and budget management. We always know that the government of India generally announce the budget also. We never listen it carefully because we don't care that why they are doing it, what is the motive of that. But it is a matter of motive, because they are running an organization, they are running a social awareness, they are using a public money to so it is required to announce that what they are going to do with in next financial year, and how they are going to utilize. After the utilization, what will be the gain and the profit that will be added in the next financial year budget. That is also important. The same way we are also doing, we are saving some money for next month pocket money. So this is the kind of budget management. When you are going to plan any budget management for your products, for your project development, you have to think that initial stage, what will be your expenses. At once you comes at the level where you are building a team, you need to pay the manpower salary also. That time you need to plan your budget in the operational funds, because there your operational expenses are increasing. At the initial level there will be no operational expenses, only the project budget you have to plan. Later on you have to plan for the operational expenses. Once you're done with the operational, once you comes into the market, you will start getting a revenue. That time your income is also getting start. So you have to plan the master budget, where the income is also there, the expenses are also going to increase, because you are in the market, you have to do the marketing, you have to plan your other activity and the social awareness as well. At the same time, traveling and other things are also getting add during that time. So you have to plan in a such a way that whatever is the income we are getting, out of that, this much will be the expense and this much is going to be a saving. Initially business goes into a loss, that's the uh, financial calculation, but it's not actually a loss, it's an investment for next financial years. So you have to plan this budgetary in the form of tabular structure, with the plans and activity what you are going to do in every month and year wise. Okay, with this I will say thanks for the SNDT, PVP, and the SPTBI to give me an opportunity to help you with the budget management and the idea level. Okay, thank you everyone.
Kindly maintain silence, please.
Yeah. Please pay attention. Now we will have a lunch break of 15 minutes. We will be back here at 2:20 p.m. The direction of the canteen will be told to you by our students standing outside. Please be back by 2:20. Participants, please give your feedback while going to the canteen on the registration table.
Introducing Dr. Usha.
पराशक्ति स्वर हमारा है। संस्कृता श्री पराशक्ति
Dr. Ashish Panat, Director Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, SNDT Women's University Mumbai. Dr. Ashish as a Director Innovation leads various initiatives to promote innovation and entrepreneurship
participants. Hello. Participants, please maintain silence. I am profoundly delighted to invite Dr. Usha Raghavan to speak about prototyping. But before that, let's have an introductory video of Dr. Raghavan.
Introducing Dr. Usha Raghavan, Head of Information Technology of VPMS Polytechnic, Thane. Let us know the academical journey of Dr. Usha. She is armed with an MSc in Applied Science, BSc in Physics and a PhD in Semiconductor Nanomaterials. Dr. Usha has significant skills in the aspects of professionalism such as IT management, project planning, team management, business analysis, program management, IT strategy.
I request Vinod sir to come on stage and felicitate Dr. Usha Raghavan.
Good afternoon, all of you. I first thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to interact with such lovely students. And I always enjoy talking to students. And I also thank you for a wonderful introduction, what you have prepared through AI tool, I think. Yeah, thank you so much. So today, this is a workshop on ideation. And once an idea strikes the mind, the next thing is to prepare a prototype. So now I'm going to talk about what is prototyping. This session is post-lunch. It is going to be a very tough task for me to keep you alive in the post-lunch session. But I'll try my best to keep it short. And also because you are all engineering background students, I have covered some topics in this which are non-engineering also. We may skip that because most of you would like to prepare a product or design a product using your engineering skills. Am I right? Yeah? So I'm going to talk on prototype design and development. Whenever you want to create a product, whenever you want to convert your idea into a product, the first thing you will do is you will create a design of that particular product, how it has to appear. You will ask people, I have this idea, how should this look like? I want to make a mixer. How should it look like? Should it be big? Should it be small? Where it should be kept? How can I make this? So these things come to your mind. So what is a prototype? A prototype is a simple visualization of the product to test the concept. You have a concept in mind. You just have something in mind. You want to convert it into a product. You know that this is what are the principles of the product on which they are going to work. You want to combine number of principles and convert them into a product, and how it should look like. That is the visualization of the concept that you are having in your mind. For users to effectively evaluate and design in an interactive product. What is an interactive product? There are two types of products. One product, for example, is just designing. For example, you want to have a car. You want to design a car. So there is no interaction. You can get some raw material. You can keep you will say that this will be the shape of my car. It will have a steering here. It will have 4 seats here. Engine will be here. Battery will be here. So you can just make a miniature of that particular car. It is not an interactive design. Whereas if you are making some software or some hardware software combined robot, so such kind of products will have interactive design. There will be an interface between the user and the device, and you want that interactive design to be experienced before a product is brought into the market. So in other fields, as I said, if you are constructing a building, you can have a miniature construction of the building. All of you must be aware that now The Ayodhya Mandir is being constructed. There are so many miniatures being constructed all over India in different places just for people to experience how it will be. So you can construct a similar building in a smaller size. You can build a car of similar car with smaller size. So that is a design which is not interactive in nature. So when you say interactive design, how can we build a prototype? You can prepare a series of screen sketches. That means this is how my first screen will appear. This is how my second screen will appear. Like that, you know, earlier days, how cartoons were made. Cartoons were made like that only. So you have Tom and Jerry, all of us watch, right? It's very nice to watch. So you actually, the paintings or sketches were prepared of all the various movements. Pehle isme Jerry will be like this. In the next screen, Jerry will be like this, so that that movement will be seen. So like that, you have to make the interactive sketches. You can make a PowerPoint presentation. You can make a video simulation of your product. Your video simulation of the product can be done. You can have a handheld computer with the help of a wood or something like that. How it has to look like. That is what you are preparing actually. Then you can have a cardboard mock. Just prepare whatever item with the help of cardboards and then present it and show what all features it will have, what it will have. That becomes a interactive design. And you can, if you are preparing a software, you can prepare a software with limited functionalities. Many a times, the logic for various functionalities will be similar. So if a logic works for one functionality, it will work for many functionalities, and how exactly it will appear will be seen. So we saw how to prototype, what to prototype, what is prototyping, why to prototype, why should we prototype? If I directly manufacture a product, it is quite possible that my customer is not happy with it. I don't get any feedback from my customer. See, what is basically a product? You should be able to sell it. There is a very, very small difference between stealing and business. It may appear very different the way I'm telling. Is it very easy to take money out of somebody else's pocket? No. I have to convince my customer to take a particular product and take money out of that person. If I give it free, anybody will take, right? So you want your product to be evaluated and you want money for that, which is very, very tough. So your product needs feedback from your customers and also evaluation. So when you give it to your customers, they may give you ideas. It can be better. It can be like this. Why don't you add this feature also? So evaluation from all the stakeholders. You can take feedback and evaluation from all the stakeholders. When you have a prototype, the communication among team members will increase. Each one will put their head into the product. Each one will give how the product should be, what it should be, what should be the design. Today, there are so many mobile phones. Each mobile phone is costing differently. Why? Not just the functions. Most of the mobile phones have most of the functions, right? It is a design cost. Some phones have such designs. The designing of such mobile phones is so sleek, delicate, weight, all these things are researched, and based on that designing is done. So that is why you have a range of products in that sector. So if any vague requirement is there can be communication among the team members and you can have it. And again, you are having an idea, you have to validate that idea, whether will it work at all. I invest lot of money and start a business immediately with the idea. If it is not a valid idea, if it is not going to sell at all, then will that product work? So you want to validate of the design ideas. Then there may be some better alternatives to your idea also. Only when you prepare a prototype, when you start working on your idea, you will know that this could have been improvised differently. How can I improvise it differently? So you will get alternatives to your design. So what are the things that you should actually prototype? When you say, I have a product, there are a number of things a product will consist of. What are those things that you have to actually prototype? All technical aspects of a product need prototyping. You may have some electronics in it, you may have some mechanical part in it, you may have some programming part in it. All these are technical issues. You have to literally put them in place and see whether they are working. In a lab environment, sometimes they may work, but in a different environment, when they are actually put into the market, they may not work. The same concepts may not work. So you have to bring them to real life situations and then work on them. You will get to know what will be the flow of work. How, when you do a prototype, you will know how to start, what will be the next type, what will be the third step, and so on, to go up to the end. There will be a workflow that will happen. And if you have some screen layouts, as in the case of software development, you will have lot of screen layout. All this in the form of prototype, if it is ready, then developing such things become easier. And whatever is very difficult, whatever is controversial, and whatever is critical, all these things need prototyping. Wherever there is difficulty, if you have done once, if you have found all the errors and corrected them, you will not do that again in your actual product. If there is any critical issue, you will either proceed further or you will say, no, this is not going to work. Let me stop here. This identification of converting an idea into a product will depend on how well your prototype is and how functional it is. There are two types of prototyping. One is called as low fidelity and other is called as the high fidelity. The term fidelity, many of my electronics friends only know what is fidelity. Can anyone tell what is fidelity? Very good. Who said that? Very good. So it is how well you are able to recreate the original. How well you are able to recreate the original. So low fidelity will not give you a recreation of the original. The material you use will not be the same. The the appearance will not be the same. The functionality will not be the same. Whereas in high fidelity, you will use the same material, it will have the same weight bearing capacity, it will appear the same way in what, if you say car, it will look like a car only. It will run also, right? So in that way, it will have all those features of the product that you plan to actually manufacture. So when we say low fidelity, it does not look like the final product. It uses materials which are totally different from what are going to be. For example, many of you may be interested in making a drone. Yes? So drones are very popular these days. And when you prepare a drone as a project, you will prepare drone with the help of material which may not have a very good capacity to go very far. It may not have a capacity to carry larger weights. It may not have a capacity. The area it occupies may be very large in comparison to an actual drone. Because these are products you are trying to develop in your own way. They don't have the actual look of the product that you are actually looking at. So the material used, the intended final version will not be seen in a low fidelity models. This procedure is normally used in the early stages of the product development or a prototype development. When you are just trying to put your idea into a product, that is the stage you use such kind of methods. It is cheap and easy to manage. You don't have to invest much money for developing a low fidelity prototype. And it is never something which can be integrated with the final system. It is not something which you can integrate with the final system. For example, you can make storyboards, you can make sketching, you can make index cards, or you can make Wizard of Oz. These are all low fidelity methods. See, even when you are given a small exercise, you will be doing these exercises, right? Suppose I give you an assignment, have some application of such and such a concept. So immediately what you will do, you will take a paper and pencil and then you start scribbling on the paper saying that how it is going to look, this which principle am I going to use. That is what is the storyboard. In storyboards, you use what is the scenario which is being to bring the detail. Then it is a series of sketches showing how a user might progress through a task using that device. So what is the step-by-step progress I'm going to have? So it will have lot of sketches. You will have, just for the understanding of all the tree members, it will be in the form of small icons. You will be using such to form a story. You will make a story out of your product. Then you have sketching. For example, you want to fill petrol. That is what is the concept that you want to convey, let us say. So first, you will drive the car to the booth, then take the nozzle from the pump, then you will insert the car nozzle into the car, then press so like that you are sketching every step. And one by one, place the nozzle back and close the tank, and finally you will go and pay the bill. So you just see these sketches are representing every stage of that process, and so that when you take it back again for actually creation of your product, they will give you enough information about how the process can be completed. Then card-based prototypes. These are normally used when you want to create websites. You take those cards, just postcards kind of this thing. So each card will represent one screen. So that is why we tell you do design models, right? What are design models? Basically, you are creating such images on a piece of paper or a card so that they can be implemented in your website. So normally software related projects are done on a card based prototypes. So like this, you can prepare some cards. The next is Wizard of Oz prototyping. It is a low fidelity prototyping method wherein actually wherever there is an interface, instead of the computer giving you a solution, it will be a developer. There are two people sitting across the table. So this is a user. He keeps asking questions. Actually, the computer is supposed to answer. But it is still a prototype. So a person sitting behind the computer will keep answering them. And then a functionality for each and every question will be found out, and based on that, it will be worked upon. The problem with this is human minds work much better than computers. You may not be able to implement what you have said here. The person who is sitting here may give some solutions which are far beyond the expectations you can have, unrealistic expectations you can have from computers. So these are some of the low fidelity type of prototyping. So as a summary of low fidelity, we can see it is very cheap to build, easy to evaluate multiple concepts. For each and every concept, you can prepare some kind of a sketching or a storyboard telling and things like that. You can identify what are the market requirements. You will know what the people want actually. Am I incorporating those things into that product? Good for proof of concept check. Over? Yeah, I'll close in 5 minutes. So it is a proof of concept check, whether whatever concept you are having in mind, will you be able to do it or not. But there is no error checking, limited as a specification, not much use after the requirements are established, limited navigation, and look and feel different from the end product. The end product and what you have prepared don't have any correlation at all. So only for software based such kind of applications or products, this works. Whereas when you want to have a hardcore engineered product with hardware, this low fidelity will not be, because users will not be happy with that product. So in high fidelity prototyping, it uses materials that you would expect to be as a final product. It will have all those materials, how exactly the final product has to look like. That is how the high fidelity prototyping will look like. It is more like the final system. Number of systems can be integrated to have your final system. See, you prepare different modules separately. They all can be integrated and you can get the final product. You will have, for example, you are manufacturing a car, let us say. So you will manufacture body, you will manufacture doors, you will manufacture windows, you will manufacture engine, all these things, original products. And once you integrate all of them into a single piece, it will be a working model, right? So that is what is the high fidelity. There is a risk here. It may not work. You have invested a lot of money. Each one of the product may be working individually. The doors may be sturdy. The body may be looking very good with very good material and other things. Engine may be working separately very well. Motors are all functional. But when you integrate all of them, the risk is that the product may not work. So you have invested a lot of money. Your prototype is not functional. So you have to have a mix of both. You should be able to have some low fidelity prototyping and some high. Depending on your product, you should be able to. Nowadays, you are having these 3D printers, which is very useful way of creating your own prototypes. The material will be not the material actually that you are going to use. It may be of a different material, but how it will look, what features it will have, all those things you can recreate in the laboratory using 3D printing. It provides complete functionality. It is user driven and very interactive. It can be used for exploration and testing. All these features, it is just like a final product. But what happens? It is resource intensive. You have to use all your resources to get this. It takes time for creating also. You can't create it in a small few months or so. It will take its own time. And it is not effective for requirement gathering. So these are some of the there are some advantages of each system, right? So you can have a judicious mix of both these systems and try to create your own prototype. Many of you are in final year, right? You are doing your final year projects. You try to create your project in such a way that they are prototypes and they can be further converted into a product which can be your startup idea. So what to do with your prototype? After you have created your prototype, you should go to designers, talk to them. You should ask them, this is how it is looking. Can I make it better? Which feature should I make it better? Show to the managers, will I be able to sell this product? Show to your marketing team, will they be able to market this product? And then show to the users and get their feedback. Is it going to be a product which is saleable? And try more and more experiments on it. Try to add as many user-friendly features into it and make it, though it has been created in the laboratory, try to convert it into a product which can be into a prototype which can be used in the actual real life situation. So what are the compromises in prototyping? Obviously, we can't prototype everything, right? A final product will have more overall appearance, everything will be different from the actual that prototype that you are doing. So you will have to have, because then it is just like manufacturing the product itself, right? But this is just a visual way of looking at your product. So it is a concept only which you are putting it into, as using your skill sets, you are making it into a structure. Okay, so it will have limited functionalities. There will be two types of compromises you will have. One is a horizontal compromise and other is a vertical compromise. Horizontal compromise will have lot of functionalities but very limited. Vertical will be the same functionality, you will have multiple aspects being done, but all functionalities will not be covered. So you will always have some compromises on prototyping. So with prototyping, you can develop a new product. Once you have an idea, you have converted that into a proof of concept by means of prototyping, you can build your own product. So what are all the steps for a new product creation? You should have a systematic approach for creating your product. It should not be by chance or by luck. It should have, if it is by chance or by luck, you will not be able to replicate it again. To have multiple products, so when you want to do a business, you should be able to recreate, reproduce, reliable, accurate, precise. All the functionalities should be able to be replicated. So it should follow a systematic approach. So, sorry. The fuzzy front end method has these. That means you are just putting some ideas together. That is identification of the design criteria, then idea analysis, concept genesis, prototyping, and immediately product development. But when you use a design thinking process, you will first empathize, that is, learn about the problem first. You will have to understand what are users' problems. You are not creating a product because you want to do business. You are creating a problem to solve. You are creating a product to solve somebody's problem. So you have to talk to the users, empathize, try to find out, define that problem statement, and then ideas. You should have a brainstorming session with ideas. Then you create a prototype, do testing, and then only your product development starts. So after this session, I wish that, so these are the various steps for product development: idea generation, idea screening, then concept generation, then what is the business strategy, is it feasible, feasibility study, design and development, testing, and then the product launch. If you go through this systematic approach, step-by-step process, your product will be surely successful. Lot of problems are existing. Everybody has a place in this world. So try to feed. Nobody can see the future and predict the extent of change it may bring. In our own lives, we have seen so many changes happening around us. So every change requires engineers like you to bring solutions to problems. Think in that way and try to bring new products, new prototypes, and try to make this world a better place to live. Thank you very much, all of you. If you have any doubts or anything, I'll be happy. I think I did it within the time. Any doubts? Any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks for the patient listening, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity and sharing my thoughts with all of you. Thank you.
क्या बोलना है? Thank you, Dr. Usha Raghavan, for your fantastic session on prototyping.
It is a great honor to have Dr. Sachin Laddha with us on this big. It is a great honor to have Dr. Sachin Laddha with us on this big day. He is a Director Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, University of Mumbai. Let's start with his introductory video.
Dr. Sachin Laddha, who is Director Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, University of Mumbai. With over 20 years of experience in pharmaceutical sciences, this academic leader also specializes in scientific aspects such as SAR analysis, synthetic route design and lab notebook maintenance. Educational specialties, lesson plan design, teaching labs, courses, delivering lectures on entrepreneurship as a career. Educational journey of Dr. Sachin includes PhD in Pharmaceutical Chemistry, M. Pharm in Pharmaceutical Chemistry, B. Pharm in Pharmaceutical Sciences, Diploma in Business Management.
Mr. Dinesh Girap sir would like to share few words.
Hello, dear students. The next speaker is Dr. Sachin Laddha, who happens to be principal of PV Polytechnic, SNDT University, and he is currently working as a Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, University of Mumbai. In the morning session, you heard Dr. Ashish Panat, who was a Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, University, SNDT Women's University. So you have two directors of universities, incubation, innovation, and linkages talking to you, sharing their valuable inputs with you. See, I don't think at this level, you are all studying in diploma colleges, that is polytechnic colleges. At this level, you are getting a chance to interact with such people who are at the highest level of the university's management. Two public universities of Maharashtra, that is state universities of Maharashtra, which are there in Mumbai. One is SNDT Women's University and the other one is Mumbai University, as you know. You all will be going to do your degree and probably masters from either SNDT University or Mumbai University in most of the cases. So such eminent people, such people working at such a high management level at the universities will always help you, and their thoughts and their wisdom will always help you to do better. Not only that, why I have invited all these people over here is to give you resources, maximum possible resources. The most important thing for any professional is networking and resources. So such resources at this level, I'm trying to provide you all these resources at this level itself. ताकि आप जब बड़े हो जाओ और थोड़ा बड़े हो जाओ, आप अपनी कंपनी जब स्टार्ट करोगे, कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में करना चाहोगे, तो ये रिसोर्सेस, इनके विजडम आपको बहुत काम आएंगे. और हमारा और आपका जो रिश्ता है, which has got established today in the form of ideation competition, will not end after the ideation competition. What I want to see, because you are the best students of your colleges, since colleges have repeated you, you are the best students of different colleges from Mumbai. So we people, those who are from the industry, speakers and all, consider this as an opportunity to interact and to guide and to mentor the best of the best crowd of Mumbai Polytechnics, the Maharashtra Polytechnics rather. So when even if you are not a winner of this ideation competition, but still if you want to do some good things in the area of innovation and entrepreneurship, we will be there for you. I will form a permanent group of all of you and will add number of mentors to it, and we will carry on here onward. So even if you are going for a higher education for your degree, there are students, many students who are still in touch with us and they receive mentorship from us even if they pass out from a college and go for a degree. Even after that as well, they come back and seek guidance. So that is a kind of mentor and mentee relationship that I want to establish between you and us. So here I welcome Dr. Laddha to talk to you. He will be taking a session, 20-25 minute session, and do interact and take benefit of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So almost all, sorry. Teacher हूँ यार. Mic आगे की चालू.
I request Pravin sir to come on stage to felicitate Dr. Laddha.
Okay, good afternoon, friends. So many happy faces. I'm happy to see you all at SNDT Women's University. So, on the outskirts, I just expect from all of you a big round of applause to PV Polytechnic Department of Electronics for having such session, especially for Polytechnic. Thank you. Thank you so much. So my simple introduction is I'm Startup Mitra, not director or the ex-principal and so on. Forget all about it. Okay? It's a simple introduction of mine is Startup Mitra. एक दोस्त दूसरे दोस्त के साथ कैसे बात करता है? It looks like to that only, and that's the reason I'm not here with presentation. वो typical जो आपका ज्ञानबाजी वाला presentation. No, I'm not with that only. My concern is very simple. अगले 20 मिनट में मेरे को 20 मिनट दिया गया है सर. सो जब बिजनेस की बात करें तो 20 मिनट्स गुरु मूवी में एक स्टेटमेंट है, उसी को फॉलो करना पसंद करूंगा. 20 मिनट्स में मैं मेरा टॉक खत्म कर दूंगा. माय टॉपिक इज क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी कोलैबोरेशन फॉर स्टार्टअप. सिंपल फंडा. ठीक है. सो डेज वेयर गॉन. मैं एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देना पसंद करूंगा कि भाई इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्यों है और कैसे है. ठीक है. सो ऑलमोस्ट ऑल इन पीवी पॉलिटेक्निक वी डिड दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग, जहां हमारे पास मल्टीपल डिपार्टमेंट है और मल्टीपल डिपार्टमेंट दे वर्क फॉर वन कॉज, दैट इज अपलिफ्टमेंट ऑफ पीवी पॉलिटेक्निक, एंड वी आर हैप्पी टू टेल यू वी डिड इट. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स भी आ गया, मेडिकल भी आ गया, ऑप्टोमेट्री भी आ गया, डिजाइन डिपार्टमेंट आ गया, ट्रैवल टूरिज्म आ गया, फार्मेसी आ गया, एंड सो ऑन, इवन फूड टेक्नोलॉजी टू. ठीक है. सो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, डेज वेर गॉन व्हेन a particular person is expecting कि भाई मेरा ये डोमेन है और मैंने इसी में काम करना चाहिए. ठीक है. So if you think that particular thing कि मैं इसी डोमेन में काम करूं, your mentality is job centric. ठीक है. और अभी अगर आप बात करोगे ना, जॉब सेंट्रिक वो मेंटेलिटी होगी भी ना, तो nowadays employer is looking for a person who is having transdisciplinary or cross disciplinary skill set. सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूं मैं आपको. बात आती है, मैं डिजाइन बहुत अच्छा डिजाइन कर लेता हूं और बस मैं मेरी दुनिया में हूं, बॉस मेरे जितना डिजाइन कोई कर नहीं सकता है, एंड आई क्रिएट ताजमहल. एक ताजमहल बना दिया. अब में से कुछ बंदों के पास मैं बात किया तो अरे सर बहुत अच्छा ताजमहल बनाया है यार. शाहजहां के बाद, ऑब्वियसली मेरे बीवी के नाम पे नहीं बनाऊंगा मैं, शाहजहां के बाद आप ही हो गए जिसने ताजमहल बनाया. बट माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, that approach is absolutely wrong. क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच की हम जब बात करते हैं, सो एक ऑब्जेक्ट मल्टीपल थॉट. ठीक है, मल्टीपल थॉट, एक ही ऑब्जेक्ट के लिए काम करेंगे और एक ऑब्जेक्ट अल्टीमेटली एट द एंड इट्स ऑल अबाउट मनी माय डियर हनी, पैसे की बात आती है एज फार एज स्टार्टअप इज कंसर्न। ठीक है, सो वैसे ही अगर वो चीज एक इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के पास मैं चले जाता हूं और मैं बोलता हूं सर बॉस मैंने तो ताजमहल बना लिया, सिंपली वो बंदा मेरे को कट कर देगा और क्या बोलेगा, हु इज गोइंग टू बाय दैट ताजमहल, दैट सिंपल क्वेश्चन, दैट मींस वेस्ट ऑफ मनी। अल्टीमेटली आज मुझे बताओ इतना बड़ा स्किल सेट क्या हुआ, एक लंबी लंबी फुली आ गई है। वो इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर आपको क्या बोलेगा पता है आपको, अगर उसमें मैं ही बैठा हूं तो क्या बोलेगा, भाई ताजमहल को छोड़, अफोर्डेबल होम की तरफ बात कर, जो सेल होगा और उसमें से पैसा बनेगा, दैट सिंपल फंडा। अब पहले वाले अप्रोच में क्या हुआ था, मैं और मेरी दुनिया, मैं और मेरी तन्हाई जिस वजह से बात करते, इट लुक्स लाइक टू दैट, मैं उसमें खुश हूं, क्या तो बहुत अच्छा कर रहा हूं एंड सो ऑन। मेरे में वो अप्रोच नहीं था जहां पर मैं मल्टी डोमेन पे बात करूं। ठीक है, जितने भी सक्सेसफुल स्टार्टअप है, राइट फ्रॉम ओला, उबेर, फार्मेसी, ओयो, these all the owner or the group of people, they are cross disciplinary। आपको जान के हैरानी होगी, फार्मेसी एक है, मैं भी थोड़ा सा उसी कैटेगरी में गया था कि ओनर विल बी सर्टेनली अ फार्मेसी ग्रेजुएट, बट वो फार्मेसी ग्रेजुएट था ही नहीं, ही इज इंजीनियर। ठीक है, और उसने क्या किया पता है आपको, कि बेसिक चीजें फार्मेसी की समझने का प्रयास किया उसने। दैट्स द अप्रोच। दो वेज होते हैं, या तो आप खुद उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाओ, नहीं तो फिर कोलैबोरेशन करो। जैसे मेरी बात करो, बीइंग अ प्रिंसिपल एट पीवी पॉलिटेक्निक, मुझे एआई और फ्यूचर स्किल सीखनी थी। व्हाट आई डिड एट माय, मैंने हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट के पास गया, तो सर अपने को ये करना है, मुझे जरा बताओगे क्या। इट्स अ राउंड ऑफ डिस्कशन हैपेंड विद हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, और फिर मैं सीखते गया। ठीक है, एट दिस मोमेंट इफ यू आस्क मी, वन ऑफ आवर इनोवेटर जो हेल्थ डिवाइस बनाया था, जिसने हु गॉट 1 लाख रुपीज ग्रांट अंडर बायरैक, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की लड़की थी, और वो क्या कर रही थी पता है आपको, वो टेम्परेचर मेजरमेंट का एक डिवाइस बना रही थी। ठीक है, सो फॉर दैट पर्पस उसने क्या किया, दैट्स डिफरेंट स्टोरी, कि मेंटर खुद गिरफ सर थे, बोल के उन्होंने बोला एक बार लड्डा सर से बात कर लो, आई बिलोंग्स टू फार्मेसी, थोड़ा हेल्प हो गया। अदरवाइज गिरफ सर नहीं रहते तो क्या होता, वो ढूंढती करती एंड सो ऑन। ठीक है, सो जब हम इनोवेशन की बात आती है, तो इनोवेशन में मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी कंसेप्ट चलता है, लेकिन अगर हम स्टार्टअप की बात करते हैं तो क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी कंसेप्ट चलता है। ठीक है, दैट्स वन थिंग। द सेकंड थिंग, जब हम बात करते हैं, रिसर्च की बात करते हैं, तो कुछ भी नया की बात आती है। ठीक है, स्टार्टअप में भी नए की बात होती है, लेकिन वो नयापन, वो जो इनोवेशन होता है, वो इनोवेशन 3 आंसर देने हैं। आपका इनोवेशन आपके प्रोडक्ट में है क्या, आपका इनोवेशन आपके बिजनेस में है क्या, आपका इनोवेशन आपके प्रोसेस में है क्या। वही रिसर्च की बात करें तो सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट की बात की जाती है। ठीक है, अब ये क्यों और कैसे, एक सिंपल एग्जांपल और एक देना पसंद करूंगा, जहां पर किस वे से मल्टी या क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी पर्सन या क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी कोलैबोरेशंस किस वे से अपना रोल अदा किया। हैव यू चेक इट आउट। वो जो ठंडा कुल देखा है आपने, ठीक है, और पैराशूट देखा होगा आपने। ठीक है, पैराशूट वाले केस में क्या हुआ था पता है आपको, पहले बॉटल्स आती थी सर, राइट, हम जब थे तब वो 50 ml मिनिमम था एंड सो ऑन। उस पीरियड में क्या हुआ था कि वो पैराशूट की बॉटल अगर लीक हो गई तो मेरे कपड़े खराब होते थे, राइट। मेरी मम्मा क्या करती थी, वो प्लास्टिक बैग अच्छा खासा बांध देती थी एंड सो ऑन। और वहीं से एक आइडिया जनरेट हुआ। व्हाट वाज दैट आइडिया, यार एक छोटा सा यूज एंड थ्रो वाला, एक छोटा सा मैं अगर पैकेट बना दूं तो क्या होगा। माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, यहां से घर जाने के बाद आप एक मेरे लिए काम करना, वो छोटा सा पैकेट 1 रुपीज वाला, बड़ी बॉटल 50 ml की, राइट। वो छोटे से, इसमें नॉट मोर देन 6 to 7 ml के ऊपर कोकोनट ऑयल नहीं है। अगर आप काउंट करोगे ना, सो कॉस्ट ऑफ दैट 1 रुपीज इज मोर देन द कॉस्ट ऑफ 25 ml। ठीक है, दिस इज व्हाट वी कॉल क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी। ठीक है, तो मल्टीपल लोगों को जब आपके डिसीजन मेकिंग में आप इन्वॉल्व करते हो, जहां पर एक ही ऑब्जेक्ट होता है। व्हाट वाज द ऑब्जेक्ट, ऑब्जेक्ट सिंपल, कि जिस चीज के लिए मैं वो पर्टिकुलर एक्टिविटी कर रहा हूं वो फुलफिल हो बाय हुक और क्रूक, राइट? अगर मुझे अगर कोई मेरे आइडिया पे काम करना है तो वो आइडिया को हेल्प करने के लिए या उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक इनोवेटर लगेगा. सेकेंड, आई नीड मार्केटिंग पर्सन. थर्ड, आई नीड finance person. Fourth, operational. And fifth, overall coordination, supply chain and other thing की अगर हम बात करते तो ठीक है. So that means एक स्टार्टअप के लिए स्टार्टअप by default क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी कोलैबोरेशंस या क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी में ही काम करता है. कोलैबोरेशंस होता है तो दैट इज एड ऑन. ठीक है. अगर आप जैसे मेरे को याद है अच्छे से पिछले टाइम के आविष्कार में एक एनुअल इवेंट होता है. आई वाज शॉक्ड टू सी कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की एक लड़की वहां पर इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी में प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट करती है. क्या है पता है आपको? वो जो सलाइन वाला सिस्टम रहता है ना, तो सलाइन सिस्टम में जब आपका सलाइन खत्म हो जाता है तो उस पीरियड में अगर वो ध्यान नहीं दिया तो देयर इज अ फॉर्मेशन ऑफ बबल और वहां पर प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होती है. तो दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग इज एड्रेस्ड बाय इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्टूडेंट एंड नॉट फार्मेसी स्टूडेंट. ठीक है. सो डोमेन, ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. आप जिस डोमेन में काम करना चाहो बहुत अच्छी बात है, बट डोमेन ही सब कुछ नहीं होता है. और जहां तक हम बात करते हैं, डेज वेर गॉन कि जब हम बात करते थे मार्केटिंग की तो एक एमआर आता था या एक आधा सेल्स पर्सन आता था. आज सेल्स पर्सन नहीं आता है. आज क्या होता है पता है आपको? डिजिटल मार्केटिंग एंड सो ऑन. बहुत सारी चीजें चल रही है. वी कॉल इट द फ्यूचर स्किल में एआई बेस एंड सो ऑन. आप कभी ऑब्जर्व करना, आप में से बहुत जन सोचते हैं, मेरे को 20 मिनट का काम है, ध्यान रखना. सो आप में से बहुत जन ऐसे हैं कि जो सोचते होंगे कि मेरे को 10,000 बिलों के मोबाइल लेने हैं, और वो क्या करता है पता है आपको? 10,000 आप गूगल सर्च करो, बंद करो उसको, एंड इमीडिएटली स्टार्ट विथ फेसबुक. आफ्टर 5 पोस्ट यू विल गॉट मोबाइल अंडर 10,000. अरे यार, इसने कैसे क्या समझ लिया? दैट वाज द थिंग. नॉन इंजीनियरिंग पर्सन लाइक मी जो हमेशा सोचता है ये क्या हो गया बॉस, राइट? सो दैट मीन्स ईच एंड एवरी, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, ईच एंड एवरी जो आपका फीलिंग है दैट इज वेल काउंटेड बाय द मशीन. और उसमें से आया मशीन नहीं, ठीक है. उसके बाद आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, आईओटी, ये सब जो चीजें हैं ये फ्यूचर स्किल में कंसिडर होती है. और अनलेस एंड अनटिल अगर वो चीजें आप नहीं करोगे तो आपका स्टार्टअप बड़ा डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन में आ जाएगा. आप में से बहुत जन सोचते होंगे कि फेसबुक तो फ्री है, ठीक है. नथिंग इज फ्री इन इंक्यूबेशन डोमेन, नथिंग इज फ्री इन स्टार्टअप डोमेन. ध्यान रखना, राइट? वो जो फेसबुक है, जब आप रजिस्टर्ड करते हो तो सबसे पहले आप अपना नाम डालते हो, नाम के साथ डेट ऑफ बर्थ, ऑटोमेटिकली एज काउंट होती है, मेल फीमेल डालते हो. आपने कभी देखा है क्या कि मेल को लिपस्टिक का एड फेसबुक देता है? कभी दिया है क्या? नो. सॉर्टिंग आउट ऑफ द क्लाइंट, एंड फॉर दैट पर्पस वी नीड सर्टन एक्सपर्ट्स. ठीक है. सो उसको क्रॉस कोलैबोरेशंस बोलते हैं. अब जैसे जो टॉपिक सर ने मेरे को दिया था, क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी कोलैबोरेशंस, इसलिए बिकॉज द आइडिया इज नैसेंट विथ यू. आपके पास जो आइडिया है, आज जिस प्रॉब्लम, आप में से कितने लोग समझते हैं कि मेरे पास आइडिया है? कोई बोल सकता है? अचानक रुक गए आप लोग, है ना? 1 2 3. बाकी लोग सोच रहे हो कि मेरे पास आइडिया नहीं है, राइट? ये आइडिया कहां से लाऊं? माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, सिंपल फंडा, चेक इट आउट. मैं अगर नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आपको पूछूं तो आप में से कितने लोग हैं जिनके लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है? है कोई? नहीं, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, राइट? इवन भगवान शंकर की भी बात करें तो उसको भी प्रॉब्लम था, भस्मासुर वाला. ठीक है. और मेरे को भी प्रॉब्लम है. मैं ढूंढ रहा था, कोई बंदा मिल जाता है जिसके लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तो सर्टेनली मैं ऐसे उसको प्रणाम करता, 1000 रुपए निकल के, बाबा आप जैसी लाइफ मुझे दे दो. इट लुक्स लाइक टू दैट. उसके बाद भी आप लोग हंस रहे हो, क्यों? देयर इज अ सॉल्यूशन ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम. आप क्या बोलते हो? शो मस्ट गो ऑन. और आप उसमें कुछ तो भी रास्ता ढूंढते हो, राइट? माय डियर फ्रेंड, दैट सॉल्यूशन इज नथिंग बट आइडिया. अब यहां से आपने एक टेक होम मैसेज मेरे लेक्चर में से क्या लेना है? मेरे लेक्चर में से ये लेना है, लव दोस पर्सन हु इज हैविंग प्रॉब्लम विद देम. आने दो प्रॉब्लम वाले को, राइट? अभी 2 स्टार्टअप आने वाले आपके सामने. दे आर द राइट पर्सन जो आपको बता देंगे कि दे आर द वन हु एक्चुअली ड्राइव ऑन द प्रॉब्लम. हमारे ऊपर प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है और ये क्या करते हैं? उसी पे ड्राइव करते हैं. ओयो एक बेस्ट एग्जांपल है जिसने वो चीज निकाली है. परफेक्ट. सो इस केस में आज का टेक होम मैसेज, लव योर प्रॉब्लम, लव अदर्स प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है. Then third, in order to find out the possible solutions, have a discussion. भाई मैं सिर्फ सर को ही पूछूं, गिरव सर को ही पूछूं, टीचर को पूछूं या किसी और को पूछूं? नो, सबसे बात कर सकते हो. Unless and until आप डिस्कस नहीं करोगे तो उसके मल्टीपल फेसेस आपको ध्यान में नहीं आएंगे. राइट? आपने से बहुत जन सोचे होंगे कि एक टाइम था, मेरे को याद है अच्छे से, बिफोर कोविड, पीपल आर थिंकिंग, अरे यार ये किराना दुकान क्या लेके बैठे हैं, 5-7% का मार्जिन है, इससे बेटर है मोबाइल का शॉप ले लो, 30 to 40% का मार्जिन है. लॉट्स ऑफ पीपल दे एक्चुअली हैविंग दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग, बट वन फाइन डे जब कोविड आ गया तो वही किराना था जिसने सबसे ज्यादा पैसा छाप के दिया था. ठीक है. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ था, वही मोबाइल वाले वापस किराना पे आ गए थे. राइट? That's the way we called it as your business is vulnerable or sustainable. मैं जो 3 चीजों की बात कर रहा था आपसे कि अगर कोई आइडिया है आपके पास तो सबसे पहला सवाल पूछना उसको, वो आइडिया, अपने से बहुत जन बोलते होंगे कि आइडियाथॉन जब हम रन करते हैं, राइट, एज ए इंक्यूबेटर, ठीक है, तो हम हमेशा ये सोचते हैं कि नया प्रोडक्ट होगा तो वो शायद एंटरटेन किया जाएगा. माय डियर फ्रेंड, एब्सोल्युटली नो, एब्सोल्युटली नो. क्यों? हम देखते हैं, अभी आपने देखा होगा कॉपी कैट करना, आपने टीचर ने बहुत जनों ने बोला होगा कॉपी कैट बहुत बेकार है, नहीं करना चाहिए, इट्स अ बैड हैबिट एंड सो ऑन. बट इन स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम वी नेवर अवॉइड कॉपी कैट आइडिया, कभी अवॉइड नहीं करते. व्हाई? बीइंग ए इंक्यूबेटर हम क्या सोचते हैं, एटलीस्ट दैट आइडिया इज वैलिडेटेड इन द मार्केट. बेस्ट एग्जांपल, अमेज़न का कॉपी कैट कौन है? फ्लिपकार्ट. उसके बाद जोमैटो का स्विगी, ओला, उबेर, पेटीएम, जीपे, और ऐसे बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. ठीक है. सभी के सभी बिजनेस कर रहे बॉस, सबके पास पैसा है, मेरे को छोड़ के. ठीक है. आपके गिरव सर के पास भी पैसा है, मैं 2-3 बार बोला भी था उनको. राइट? सो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, व्हाई दिस हैपेन? They simply answer one thing. My innovation is, whether that innovation is in product, innovation is in process, and innovation in business. Perfect. So एक और क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी का, कोलैबोरेशन का एक बेटर आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं. जनरल मोटर्स एक कंपनी थी जो ब्यूरोक्रेटिक अप्रोच से चलती थी 80s में, 18 समथिंग, 18वीं सदी की बात थी. ठीक है. तो क्या होता, एक ब्यूरोक्रेटिक अप्रोच, पहले मीटिंग होती है, मीटिंग होने के बाद मिनट्स बनते हैं, मिनट्स के बाद अप्रूवल आता है, अप्रूवल के बाद उस पे डिसीजन होता है, सो ऑन. राइट? उस पीरियड में इन ऑर्डर टू हैव इफिशिएंसी को बेटर करने के लिए जनरल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स फर्स्ट टाइम ब्रेक दैट पर्टिकुलर स्टाइल. और उन्होंने क्या किया पता है आपको? उन्होंने सिंपल एक बात किया कि ये मेरा प्रॉब्लम है, इस प्रॉब्लम पे जिन जिन लोगों के पास सॉल्यूशन है, लेट्स हैव ओपन डिस्कशन. राइट? ओपन डिस्कशन करो. अब उसमें क्या हो गया, कुछ पर्सन ऐसे हैं जो टॉप मैनेजमेंट वाले थे, तो उनको अपना एग्जिस्टेंस रखने के लिए वो अपना दिमाग चला रहे हैं. कुछ मेरे जैसे बंदे हैं जो नीचे वाले थे, ऊपर जाना था, वो अपने लेवल पे दिमाग लगा रहे थे. कुछ आप जैसे थे जो स्ट्रगलर जस्ट एंटर किए थे, वो अपने लेवल पे वर्कआउट कर रहे थे. एट द एंड उस बॉस ने या जनरल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स ने क्या डिसाइड किया मालूम है क्या? जो सबसे बढ़िया आइडिया होगी उसी को हम फॉलो करेंगे, वेदर दैट वन इज वो लोअर कैडर रहे, मिडिल रहे, अपर रहे, एंड एट द सेम टाइम दैट पर्सन इज वेल रिवॉर्डेड बाय कंपनी. एंड टू देयर सरप्राइज वो रन कर चुका, अच्छा रन कर चुका. और उसके बाद अभी भी जो है उसी मॉडल को मोस्ट ऑफ द कॉर्पोरेट, राइट फ्रॉम अमेज़न, फ्लिपकार्ट, सो ऑन, जो भी है सब फॉलो करते हैं. इवन वी एट पीवी पॉलिटेक्निक फॉलो दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग. हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है कि आइडिया कहां से आती है और कैसे आती है. राइट? सो माय डियर फ्रेंड, दैट्स द अप्रोच ऑफ क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी कोलैबोरेशन. क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी आपके अपने इसमें भी कर सकते हो, दूसरे डोर भी कर सकते हो. परफेक्ट. आप में से भोजन हो गए कि मैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी वाला बंदा हूं, कॉमर्स वाला क्यों मैं उसको एंटरटेन करूं. अगर दिमाग में ये थॉट होगा तो यू आर एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग. बिकॉज इफ यू रीड रिच डैड पुअर डैड, एक बुक है, मेरे लिए पढ़ना, यू विल फाइंड वी एज ए टेक्नोलॉजी पीपल आर फाइनेंशियली इलिटरेट. इलिटरेट वर्ड यूज करो, फाइनेंशियली इलिटरेट. हु इज इलिटरेट? कॉमर्स पर्सन. ही नोज पैसे को पैसा कैसे बनाया जाता है. And ultimately, for a particular startup, money, finance, these all things are very important. So that's all from my end. कभी कोई और प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम बात करेंगे. ठीक है? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We are so thankful to have Dr. Sachin Laddha, who gave us a very fascinating session. Let's give a warm round of applause for Dr. Sachin Laddha. Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Sachin Laddha.
Now our next topic is entrepreneurial mindset. Now our next topic is entrepreneurial mindset. And for this, we have a very dynamic personality, Mr. Monu Shetti, a Chief Operating Officer at Axinus. Let's have a look to his introductory video.
Introducing Mr. Monu Shetti, who is Chief Operating Officer at Axinus. As per the regard of education, Mr. Monu Shetti has done electronic engineering from Vivekanand Education Society's Institute of Technology, Diploma in Industrial Electronics, Electrical, Electronics and Communications Engineering from Vivekanand Education Society's Polytechnic. Experiences. Mr. Monu Shetti co-founded AGS Ingenuity. He is Chief Operating Officer at Axinus. He has also been an innovation specialist in the X-Pro.
May I please invite Mr. Dinesh sir to facilitate Mr. Monu Shetti.
Hi guys, how are you? Hi. I know both there से आप लोग बैठे हो and थोड़ा almost we are at the end of the session now. But one of the major impact जो Ideathon के बाद होने वाला है is that कि what if your idea becomes a startup for yourself, right? कि आप इस idea को convert कर सकते हो into a product, into a service or something that can capture the mindset of the public and it could become a source of inspiration or an income for you guys as well, right? ये हो सकता है, right? So इनमें से कितने लोग मतलब give me a cheer of how many people want to convert your Ideathon into a startup idea or be, yeah? Anyone else और कोई लोग? Yeah, that's great, that's great. Because जैसे a previous speaker उन्होंने जैसे बताया कि how we can make sure we can have an idea and go cross domain and make it happen properly, right? In this case, what my intention today is that since 2016, I have been my partner of my company since 2016. I am trying to make sure that I will able to give you an understanding कि entrepreneurship mindset कैसे होता है, right? Because there are lots of roller coaster that happens in your life, but in that case, how can you manage it properly, balance it out properly, and make sure you can take care of it properly? Abhi, in this case, for me to start with, I want from you guys an example of an entrepreneur. Whom do you like the most? Kisko? Elon. Okay, that's right. Elon Musk. Who else? Steve Jobs. Okay. Women in tech or women in entrepreneurship in Indian region. कोई example दे सकता है? ठीक है, नाम याद नहीं आ रहा तो ब्रांड याद आ रहा है? कौन सा ब्रांड से तुम एसोसिएट कर सकते हो? Mama Earth, right? Yeah, that's right. And sugar, yeah. So the Shark Tank, the sharks are the Shark Tank. That's right. And thank you. And Nykaa, suna Nykaa, right? Nykaa is one of the. So I just wanted to give you example in such a way that these people are one of the great stalwarts, or we could say good inspiration for you guys. Aren't they inspiration for you guys? Yeah. So Abhi, in this case, the way we create an entrepreneurship mindset is that no matter you are running your own business or you have done with your idea, you're creating your product, you need to also see what are the similar problems they might have been facing off, right? Because in terms of an experience, अगर हमें कोई problem आता है, कोई hurdle आता है, हमें बाकी लोगों के experience help करेंगे. So these inspirations that you have, try to know more about them, try to understand more about them, and that will help you to keep you and yourself inspired throughout the journey. Your product, your team is always going to be a primary source, but the secondary source of your fuel for you to be supportive to your own idea is your inspiration. So that's the reason why you should make sure that you have a set of inspirations. Just say if you remember during my preparations for colleges or 10th standard, we used to put Albert Einstein or APJ Abdul Kalam as an inspiration on our walls, right? Same that you guys also can do. You can keep reading about them. You could keep learning about them via podcast or any news journals that you can follow on, and dedicate some time of your whole day in just knowing about them, trying to understanding about them, and try to be talking about them कि okay, इन्होंने ये किया था, इनको ये problem आया था, कैसे solve करना है. For example, just for a smaller example, you can see how Nykaa started. Nykaa ने जो journey लिया है from being an online based product for beauty products, then उन्होंने अभी offline भी चालू किया है. They are now becoming phygital. You know what a phygital means? A physical store with a digital approach, where आप physical store में जाते हो, experience करते हो, वहीं से आप online भी order कर सकते हो. So this is like you're capturing the public's mindset, the consumer's mindset, but through both the phases way. So Nykaa ka, if you go to the showroom, you can check online as well and order online as well, instead of just buying it on the spot. Or you can say, okay, I want this to be delivered to my home after a week, chalega. So I can do it. This parameter is called as phygital. So maybe you guys can have some products that could become a phygital approach to a lot of brands. आप किसी बहुत सारे brands को deliver कर सकते हो या फिर approach कर सकते हो to do that. Yeah. So going on, I wanted to make sure that how do you understand the emphasizability of available of your products. मतलब आपका products को कैसे आप emphasize कर सकते हो and available करवा सकते हो. But then not only your product or your service, but yourself as well. So emphasize on your availability to your team first, your availability towards your family, your availability towards your team, and then very basic, your availability towards your customers. The connectivity between you and your customers will also be helpful for your mindset, because that will gonna churn out your own sales and propositions. किसी ने The Intern movie देखा है? The Intern. Okay, I'll give you a basic example of it. The Intern is a movie जहाँ पे Robert De Niro सुना है? Yes, he is acting as an intern. He's a senior intern for a very new startup. It's like an Myntra पकड़ लो. It's a Myntra जैसा startup है, which is about apparel based e-commerce. वहाँ पे they call upon senior interns, and Robert De Niro is the senior intern there, and he helps the female entrepreneur, Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway, suna? Yeah. So she's acting as a lead role. You guys should watch that movie. That is one of my suggestions. One of the watch list में watch the movie called as The Intern, and you guys will understand the complete mindset कैसा रहता है. जैसे सर ने अभी बताया था previously कि the cross domain approach, that particular entrepreneur Anne Hathaway works about calling the customers, understanding their queries, solving it, and also then goes to a marketing meet and then gives out suggestions about marketing as well. How cross domain you can also become. So that movie is a clear example of how an entrepreneurial mindset can work around. The third point which I wanted to add on was problem solving approach. Very basic example now today is that you guys have been assembled to participate in Ideathon, which is actually a problem solving approach that shows of you guys. But then this problem solving approach should be kept light up always. हमेशा आपके पास ये अप्रोच होना जरूरी है. At any point of time. ऐसा नहीं कि ये मेरा डोमेन का नहीं तो मैं क्यों सोचो उसके बारे में. I try to understand the problem क्या है. So जैसे सर ने बोला, love your problem, love others' problem also, and solve it and see what can happen. When you are talking about a problem, talk to the people whom you feel कि उनको affect कर रहा है, and then ask them कि अगर ऐसा approach होता तो would it be better for you? This will give you a dual mindset. One is approaching people and understanding their availability and observing them, and then again coming up to a solution where you are able to identify, okay, ये solution हो सकता है, ये solution नहीं चल सकता, because your perspective is your perspective and you want to have multiple perspectives while working around a problem. And जैसे कि हम बचपन में जब चलना सीखते हैं, we fall and we keep on walking, right? Walking becomes an exercise for you. We do it every time. Same is your scenario should be. Yeah, your mindset should be, I should be able to create some solutions about the problem that I can see. When you keep on doing this exercise again and again, repeated way में, you will keep on having good problem solving attitude towards yourself. And जब आपके real life में, आपके product के life में या आपके entrepreneur life में जब खुद के problems आएंगे, you will be the best person to solve it. And कितने लोगों को gut feeling पता क्या होता है? What is gut feeling? Yeah, so instincts. So instincts कैसे आता है? Is it something God gifted? No, never. It's not God gifted. It's something that comes around by observing and creating and solving problems. अगर आप जितना ज़्यादा पढ़ोगे, लिखोगे, समझोगे and उस पर act करोगे, that will keep on enhancing your instincts. And once you have that instinct, so one is instinct that is coming up with your practice. The second is knowledge about the domain. आपके पास domain का knowledge है, बस वो idea and वो attitude है towards problem solving, then your instinct becomes more stronger and probability of your gut feeling to be true, always to be successful is higher. Keeps on going higher and higher. Now let's say for example the instinct of Elon Musk to buy Twitter was something based upon his instinct, right? So he knows उसको कैसा लेना है, कैसे इसको आगे लेके जाना है. That's coming from his earlier days of running PayPal, of running other startups, and now he's able to get this big opportunity of doing and taking up over the Twitter as a platform. Just yeah. The fourth part that I want to talk to you about is risk taking and mentorship. Sorry, risk taking and resilience. Can anyone give me an example of risk taking? क्या आप लोग कर रहे हो as a risk taking? क्या risk ले रहे हो? Ending up missing someone's party, right? नहीं, मुझे party में नहीं जाना है, मुझे मेरा problem solve करना है या फिर मुझे Ideathon में आना है, something like that, right? You're missing out your family time, something of that sort. Okay, I'll give you my example. What risk I might have taken would be is that after my degree, I directly started my own startup. I registered my LLP and I started it. That was the biggest risk which I took. Is that I did not go to any other company to join as an employee. I became the employer of my own company. You're getting the point? So this is a huge shift, the huge risk that you want to take, and that is rewarding me right now. Right? So I was able to learn more on the go and then will be able to solve it properly. But you need to identify and calculate your own risk and make sure you're able to act upon it and have a broader plan. So the broader plan may there's two concepts that comes in the mindset is that there are two things that is called as Sarpadrishti and Garudrishti. So what is Sarpadrishti? Anyone can say? The drishti of a snake, the snake's view. What is it? Very short, right? He is able to have a short-term vision of it. That's what an entrepreneurial mindset should also have. Is a Sarpadrishti where you have all the knowledge about the short-term goals that you want. In the same time, you need to have a Garuda Drishti, which means a bird's eye view, which means for the next 2 years, next 3 years, what my product would look like, what my team would look like, what would I would look like with multiple cross-domain knowledge that I want to cater to, or multiple scenarios that I want to work around with. So that's the both a kind of vision. The snake vision, the snake view, and the bird view is what you need to identify, and that will help you to calculate your risk and be resilient in it. Then the next topic comes around is networking and mentorship. So I hope you guys are now understand networking can happen, right? We had Startup Mitra sir in the earlier phase. We have PVPP and the SNDT as a college. You guys have the right background, right platform right now to start it and take the mentorship level ahead. So, which I liked it, which we didn't have in 2016. We used to very much go around a lot of areas. But fortunately, we were one of the online startup schools of Y Combinator. So in 2018, we were a part of a startup school of Y Combinator, and we were able to learn more around. But then it was okay. It was like a online version of it. But today, when you see you are physically up here, standing here, participating into the Ideathon, that gives you the biggest leverage that anyone had in the past history, I would say. Take the full opportunity of this leverage and make sure that you can build up your networking and mentorship as well. In terms of building up your networking, I would suggest everyone here should have a LinkedIn account, should showcase your product, should showcase your ideas, should showcase your outcomes on LinkedIn. Make some post, keep posting it, and put some data on your LinkedIn so that we could understand, and then it becomes easier for us to mentor you guys. Do you guys agree? So कितने लोग के पास LinkedIn ID है अभी? कितने लोग एक्टिव है? जैसे आप लोग Instagram में एक्टिव हो, वैसा इसमें कितने लोग एक्टिव हो? So next time when you see so Android phones में you have that tracker of apps, कितना apps कब तक use कर रहे हो? तो LinkedIn should be the top number 1. जैसे iPhone में होता है, which app is used for how much? वैसे your LinkedIn should be your first priority app. Connect with people, talk about it, move around it, and I can bet you one thing is that if you guys understand कि आपको startup में ही कुछ करना है या आपका product को आगे लेके जाना है, you will find so much of solutions on it that you will be overwhelmed and say कि अरे मुझे LinkedIn में ही सबसे बात करना है, मेरी दुनिया ही LinkedIn हो चुकी है. It should happen like that. You should be a power user of LinkedIn. That's what I would suggest. Then comes self-belief and confidence. So obviously there are phases in your life जहाँ पे आपका confidence कम हो सकता है, जहाँ पे आपको belief कम हो सकता है, अरे am I doing something wrong? Is there something wrong that is happening with me? मुझे इस problem solve हो नहीं रहा है, ये customers convert नहीं हो रहे हैं, या फिर ये numbers achieve नहीं हो रहे हैं, because you need to achieve some numbers, right? तब जाके हो सकता है कि self belief आपका कम हो, confidence कम हो. In that phase, you need to have your own methodology. How can you enhance it properly? Okay, you can talk to people, you can go for some counseling, try to understand with people, try to talk to your consumers. There are multiple ways of it. So एक कोई prescription नहीं है कि ऐसा करो तो ऐसा आपका self belief boost होगा. No, nothing like that. One thing I can say that has been making me run is that the decision that I took in 2016 to get into startup and work for my own company makes me work today as well. कि मैंने तब वो decision लिया था, अब मुझे वो उसको valid रखना है. उसी को मैंने करेक्ट करवाना है. If anywhere I am going wrong, I want to make sure that I am going right in that phase. So you could come back to the same question, saying that when I took that decision, what was I thinking? And when I'm taking this decision, am I doing valid answer to it? Then comes balance and self-care. So how many of you are working towards self-care and कोई कर रहा है कुछ ideas in it? Anyone is working on self-care? Self-care also comes around ki mental health. How many people are working around mental health, making sure you don't burn out? So yeah, great guys. So I will suggest you one thing is that during your phases of life, burnout honge. You have seen how a matchstick burns out. कभी कभी आपको लगेगा कि आप भी वैसे बर्न आउट हो रहे हो. कभी कभी लगेगा मेंटल ब्रेकडाउन हो रहा है. कभी कभी लगेगा कि मुझे कुछ सोल्यूशन नहीं मिल रहा है. Sometimes you will be like, अरे ये तो सिंपल सा एक्टिविटी है, मेरे से करने नहीं हो रहा है. I'm not being able to do the simple math around it. कभी कभी ऐसा होता है. That is a simple example of your mental breakdown. So in this case, you need to identify when are you doing mental breakdown and how do you make sure you are coming out of it. That's self-care. You could do a meditation, you could go for running, climbing, trekking, anything. But keep it in your calendar कि मुझे इस टाइम पे trekking पे जाना है. No matter whatever it would be. So that is about your self-care. Make sure that you have that in your mindset. Then the second part of it comes around is continuous learning. How many of you disagree that continuous learning zarurat nahi hai? No one, right? Continuous learning is always important, is very much important. And now when you have a competition called as AI, when the generative AI has come around the picture, you need to make sure that how you can make a pitch yourself ahead of it. Even today I'm learning. This is her was talking about AI. Even today I'm learning about making filmmaking process. I'm learning about filmmaking process, how it works, what are the IoT based products that can be used to create such activities. That's how can my domain be in conjunction to those platforms and make sure it enhances their lifetime and enhances the efficiency of the filmmaking process. So you can see that you can keep on learning, and continuous learning will only help you throughout the phase. The one more which is very much important today when I'm talking at SNDT College, Women University, is that breaking stereotypes. I don't know how much of you could do that, but I would love to see at least 10% of you guys breaking the stereotypes and making sure that you are going beyond it. There are many stereotypes still in Indian society or the global stage as well. I would love to see you guys breaking those stereotypes, breaking those glass ceilings and going beyond it. Right? Can it happen? Achievable lag raha hai? Yeah, even I believe achievable hai. But then identifying your problems, identifying and solving someone's problem can also help you break those stereotypes. And finally, I would love to talk to you about encouragement and the support. How many guys have pet at home? Pet किसके पास है? कितने लोगों को पेट के साथ खेलने में थोड़ा सपोर्ट लगता है ना? That is one of the methodology, or that is one of the cure that even I do. So unfortunately, I am not even able to keep a pet at home because family members बोलते हैं कि कोई allergic है, कोई कुछ problem है. So I have pets around my society. So कुछ 5 to 10 dogs है जिसको मैंने adopt किया है. There are 3 cats जो stray है, but we are providing them food. We are making sure they are coming, and even मेरे office के area में we have a lot of stray dogs. So we spend a lot of time with those guys. So मेरे office के so it's a business complex, right? So other offices they say, sir आप लोग time pass क्यों करते stray dogs के साथ? I said you might not understand, but they are my stress busters. The time which I spend with them, they eat, they wag their tails, they understand when I come near to them, gives me a good amount of encouragement towards life. And when in Secret Santa, almost everyone bought some kind of pedigree and something for those guys as well. So we are celebrating our Secret Santa with those stray dogs as well. So that's how you can find out your own niche, your own encouragement and support that you can get from anywhere. Some people, one of my partner, he is a lover of aquascaping. Aquascaping means he builds aquascape inside a aquarium. So he builds aquariums, he builds aquascapes, and he gives out to the friends. Gift kar deta directly. So bowl ho gaya, एक बड़ा सा aquarium में they keep live plants, so everything, पूरा ecosystem बना के देता है वो. He loves all those fishes and aquascaping. There's one partner of mine, he loves only plants. वो gardening करता है, planting करता है, and plants बना के he makes multiple plants into a simple pot and gives it to people. And we use that to our clients. हम clients को gift करने के लिए use करते हैं. So that's how people are into it. So you guys need to define your own way of methodology कि आपको क्या encouragement देता है, क्या support देता है. Something could be like talking to your best friend. बस. That could be also support. So please do find those activities and take it forward. Yeah, that's it from my side. Any doubts, any questions, anyone? Fine. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can chat it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Monu Shetti, for such an amazing session.
Mr. Salman Joy, innovative leadership and deep insights have been driving forces behind the success of Accelerate Tech. Today, we are privileged to have him share his extensive knowledge and thoughts on the latest trends shaping the tech landscape. Let's have a quick introductory video of Mr. Salman Joy.
Mr. Salman Joy, consultant at Exenovate Tech Solutions PVT Limited. Bunch of professional experience includes project manager at SmartByte Computer Education, head of physics department at Intelitex, co-founder of Study League Workshop Services, project head at Study League Education Services. Mr. Salman Joy is a co-founder at Exenovate Tech Solutions PVT Limited. He has more than 7 years of experience working in educational startups. He has been invited by multiple educational institutes like SNDT, Keja Somaya College of Engineering and Information Technology, Thakur College of Engineering, Father Agnos.
I invite Mr. Raviraj sir to come forward and felicitate Mr. Salman Joy.
So, hello, good evening. Shall we start? Okay. So, thank you for the wonderful introduction. I'm really happy to be here and talk to you people. So, as we have just seen, I'm going to talk about some tech trends. Let me just make it clear. Tech trends. Okay, there are a lot of tech trends. It would take me half a day to just list it, to list the names of the tech trend. It will take me half a decade to even be an expert in one of the tech. Okay, so what I have is a half an hour. Okay, so the main idea here is at least one of you over here, I want to get inspired and make sure that any new tech trend which is going to be there, I want you to be an expert and find a solution for it. Okay, that is my motive today. So let's see whether I can achieve it today. So starting with the, it's a PPT, right? Next. So some days before, like last year, something really bad happened. Something which really affected me. One of my relative, very close relative, passed away. So what happened was, he was at his home and he was actually was bedridden, and for some period, just for some period, all those who were at home went out for some work, and it happened that he got a stroke. Nobody got to know, and it was very, very late that we got to know, and he was admitted into hospital very late. He almost spent almost a month in hospital getting treatment. The doctor said, if you could have reached here a little bit earlier, we could have saved him. But what could we do? We couldn't do anything. I wish we could do something. I wish if there was some way where I could have known that he is in a bad condition and I was notified in some or the other way. I wish if there was a technology, I wish if there was a technology which could have sent a message, which could have sent an alert, which could have sent a notification to me or some experts who could have helped that person, and maybe he could have been alive. Do you think, is there any technology like this? Yeah? Sorry? Correct? Okay? I can say that is nothing but a variable tech. Okay, advanced variable tech which could have done this. I wish there was a technology which could have done this and it would have changed things for better. Next. Acha, so it's 5th of Jan, it's a new year. So I would again forgot to wish you Happy New Year. How was your New Year? Great, perfect. There were some people whose New Year was not so good. 1st Jan, Japan. They had a huge earthquake. If you check the news, it said around 90 plus people are dead. They are still searching 250 plus people. They don't know where are these 250 plus people. So that was a very bad start of a year for Japan. Like, but what could we do? I wish if there was a technology that could send out small robots, small drones throughout the entire area and find out those people. Maybe in that entire buildings which has been crushed down, maybe there is a 7-year-old, 8-year-old still waiting. There would be someone who would come up and save him, save her. So I wish if there was a technology where the entire small set of robots would flew into the area and quickly and fastly with coordinating with each other can figure out if there's a person still stuck and in which area and could alert the officials so that they can find out. Maybe out of that 250 plus people which are still missing, we could have bring it down to 100 or maybe 50 and still a lot of people could have lived and could have explored and could have continued with their life. So I wish there was a technology which could have changed things. And what do you think? Is there a technology like this? What is it called? What is it called? Yeah, it's swarm intelligence. What is swarm intelligence? You have multiple small robots coordinating with each other to do a rescue mission or to do, for that matter, any particular task, to complete a task, where they coordinate because of its small size, because of its small and quick action. It can reach into places where maybe humans can't reach physically and figure out that there is someone who needs needs care and who needs particular help in and can be rescued. So I wish if this technology had been there and would have helped those people and would have changed things for better. Next. 2nd November 2017, at a place in Maharashtra, a farmer committed suicide. The reason, he lost all his crops because of a pest attack. And he left his family. He knew there's nothing he could do and he committed suicide. Again, it's not story of one person. It's story of a lot of people I'm talking about here. I wish that what we could do, but I wish if there was a technology where he was alerted that there are pests who is eating into his crops and which can destroy the crops, and he could have take action previously and you could change things. I wish there was a sensor which could have detected the health and which could have taken images, which could have taken collected data from the crops, from the soil, and alerted about the moisture and alerted about the insects and the diseases which may be approaching or which may be being caused in the crops, and he could have taken an action before the crops were destroyed. I wish there was a technology. Do you think there's a technology such like this? Do you think there's a technology like this? Yes. What is the technology called? Edge computing and fog computing. Edge computing is a computing where the place where the data is collected, like the crops, let's say the crops, the data is collected from there and it is analyzed at that position. The information is not sent back to any server or anything. It is analyzed there and it would have alerted the things and it would have changed things for better. I wish there was a technology, and yes, there is a technology like this. It's called as edge computing. Edge computing can compute things at a particular location and alert then and there. No necessary to send it to a server. Maybe the server is down. The action which could have been taken, like for example, it could not only insect, it could also be fire. It could have been fire, which could have been maybe in the night due to a thunder. There was a fire started in the farm, and maybe it could have been avoided just because a edge sensor or a edge device would have alerted the farmer, and it would have stopped the entire disaster, and which could have saved a farmer or maybe saved many farmers from such a situation. Next. Last year, three of my closest friends, one from my college, two from my schools, lost their mother because of cancer. And he said to me on a call, काश यार इसका निकल जाता कोई क्योर, बच जाती करके. And that is when, but like what could we do? It is cancer. I wish there was a technology that could have changed this thing. I wish there was a technology which could have found a faster solution to curing something like cancer, curing something like all the diseases which are there, which are not yet curable or incurable. I wish there was a technology which could have computed and figured out a way faster to get it to it. Like for example, current computers, it's slow. They work on ones and zeros. If there was a computer, let's say, who would have changed things and like it would have worked faster because it has multiple quantum states, not 1 and 0, but multiple parallel states, and it could have done processing faster, and it could have figured out all the solutions. It could have taken in all the elements possible. You can give all the elements into it, and it will pop out a medicine which would say, or pop out a injection, or pop out a drug which would have cured cancer and which could have controlled it. I wish there was a technology which could have done this by giving out everything we have, and it could have figured out faster, in a faster process and a feasible way, such a drug. Do you think there's such a technology? What is it? It's quantum computing. The day when quantum computing would be real and would be mainstream, I can say a lot of diseases which we are fighting today, the lot of people who are losing life, and maybe if it was possible that before some years it was already mainstream, then three of my friends wouldn't have lost their mother. So I wish there was such a technology, and I believe there is something, and I think that we should do something about it. Next. Again, I know one of a person, I met him recently. He's bedridden, he had a stroke, and after the stroke, he's paralyzed. The stroke is cured. He has been operated. He's clear of the stroke and all the problems. Only one problem, he's paralyzed. He can't move. Because of that, his son, who wanted to travel out for his job, couldn't, because he had to take care of that person, take care of his father, and he is on his bed and he can't leave him because he's paralyzed and he needs someone continuous by his side. So because of that person had to sacrifice his dreams. Because of that, his father has to see that pain, that he can't achieve what he wants just because he's not able to walk, stand. I wish there was a technology that could have changed things for better. I wish there was a technology which, if implanted into our brains, and it could have given, it could have overcome this obstacle, and it could have given direct access to our body through a neuropath, and it could have been artificially implanted in our brain and could have solved it. I wish there was a technology. Do you think there's such a technology? What is it? It is neurotechnology for human enhancement, where a chip can be, which is currently being worked on some of the companies, you can go and research, the chip can be implanted into your brain, which could have solved a lot of mental problems, as well as a lot of problems where people are paralyzed. Next. We have this notion about doctors. Doctors are the best. Like, उनको क्या ही बीमारी होता रहेगा, वो तो डॉक्टर है, right? We have this thinking. Do you know doctors are one of the people who suffer from mental health? Reason? Because of guilt. Because of guilt, वो रात को सो नहीं पाते. They think if they would have been better. Maybe there was a way to save that person on that operation table. Maybe a family would be crying around a dead body today because I would have been better. Because of they can't sleep at night. Because of they can't even, they are going into depression. They are leaving their entire career because they feel it is because of them somebody has lost their life, somebody couldn't save their life. They think if there was something which could have figured out, which I couldn't figure out at that operation table. I wish there was a technology which could have suggested things to doctor, not only solutions, but explained that solutions ki why we should do this, which would have saved the patient, so that the doctor could analyze the solution, look at the solution, ki this is the solution and why the system, why the technology thinks this should be done. And it can read that solution, basically explainable solution. A solution where it is not only telling you do this, it is telling you do this because this is the case, so that doctor can take a decision not just on the technology, but doctor during that high stress tension period when they are operating someone, they can have a system, a technology which can suggest some solutions, and they can open-mindedly read the solution and implement it because they couldn't because of the stress. I wish there was a technology. Do you think there's such a technology? What is it? ChatGPT good, okay, but ChatGPT because of we can't use it as a main thing. But yes, explainable AI. Explainable AI is basically it doesn't only give you answers. It also tells you why it has given that answer, why it thinks ki this is a correct solution, so that doctor can actually read what is the problem, what can be a solution, and why or whether we can actually is it feasible. So it's not like the AI would say, give this drug and doctor will give the drug. The AI will also explain why it thinks it will give that, we should give that drug, so that if that is feasible and if doctor thinks that is correct, he can actually give that drug and maybe he won't be in guilt because there was some technology which could have changed things for better. Next. I have a neighbor of mine who was affected by COVID. During COVID times, he was affected by COVID. He got cured, but due to some complications, his kidney failed. His kidney failed and he needed a transplant. He's young, almost my age. He is not able to do any proper work because on a frequent basis, he has to go for dialysis. He has to continuously go for dialysis. His both the kidneys have failed. They are looking for donations of donations. Somebody would donate a kidney, which would be available. And but still now they had no luck. I wish things would have been better. I wish if there was a technology where we could have print body parts and we could have used it for our medical purposes. I wish if there was a technology. Do you think there is such a technology? What is it? It is 3D printing in medical. So 3D printing in medical, at the current stage, it can print skeleton type objects, so that in order to, in case of fractures, it can print things. Yet we have not been able to print human body parts, but they are still working on it, where we are using stem cells in order to 3D print body parts and use it for transplant, so that they don't have to wait on a long waiting list of organ donors. Next. You know, I got 30 minutes over here, right? In this 30 minutes, there were 10 people dead because of accidents. In this 30 minutes, there were 10 people dead because of accidents. That is what the statistic says. But what could we do? I wish there was a technology where instead of humans, the mistakes of humans can be corrected or can have been changed by technology taking it over and taking right decisions, so that even somewhere, let's say a truck is losing its control because some system is failing, it can be alerted all over the city to all the vehicles, indicating that a truck has lost its control and it is very dangerous to be in such a road, and the vehicles would have moved away from the road and it could have saved many lives. I wish if there was such a technology. Do you think there's such a technology? What is it? Yes, because cyber physical systems integrated with cyber, so that vehicles and different systems can communicate with each other in order for efficiency. In other words, to get a better, even in order to be safe in case of roads and cars. The main idea of this session, which I told you, is simple. It's that trend, tech trend. Usually people go into tech trend because of two things. First, it is cool. अच्छा लगता है, नया टेक्नोलॉजी है, बात करेगा तो अच्छे लगेंगे. Second, पैसा बहुत है. But the main reason you should go into a tech which is trending or which is new is because it could change someone's life. It could change someone's life for better, and it would affect other lives. That is the reason, because when you are going to face difficulties, it is not the money which you are dreaming, or it was not the cool thing which you are feeling which would keep you going. It is because you know that if you get through this, if you figure it out, then there would be someone who would be living a happy life. Not because I would be rich, or not because my ideas would be felt cool. And towards the end, I would say, I wish if there was a platform which could have taken the ideas of young people and which would have taken it forward so that it would have made a better platform, a better world for others. Do you think there is such a platform? What is it? Correct. So I wish you use this platform for that purpose. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mr. Salman Joy, for this wonderful session.
Please maintain silence. Let us now continue with our next and last session of the day. Mr. Girup's commitment to excellence and innovation has set a benchmark in the field. And today, we are fortunate to have him with us to shed light on a crucial aspect of personal and professional development, thinking skills. Here is an introductory video on Dinesh sir.
Mr. Dinesh Girap is the head of the Electronics Department at PV Polytechnic, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. Let's see the academic journey of Mr. Dinesh Girap. He holds a BE in Electronics from Shivaji University, Maharashtra, and an MTech in Embedded Systems from the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, University of Calicut, Kerala. He is a recipient of the National Merit Scholarship and MHRD Scholarship for Postgraduate Studies. Mr. Girap has contributed to state-level projects such as curriculum development, lab manual development, and question bank development for the Maharashtra State Board of Technical Education. He has co-authored a book on basic electronics and a power electronics lab manual. He is a member of several university-level committees, including the Technology Committee, Incubation and Innovation Committee, NEP Task Force Committee, Research and Development Cell, and International Cell. From his professional career aspects, he has been a principal in PV Polytechnic, SNDT Women's University, senior lecturer in VES Polytechnic, head of the Electronics Department in PV Polytechnic, SNDT Women's University.
I request Ms. Gayatri to come forward and felicitate Dinesh sir.
Hello, everyone. I know this is the last session. You have been here since morning, but I will try to keep it as crisp as possible. And when you go from here, I want to take some really good message. I want you, all of you, to start working on your idea. Rather, not idea, you should start working on your problems. That's what I said in the morning. You know that this Ideathon competition, the next phase will be starting at SPIT on 23rd of Jan, right? There you will be presenting your ideas. We'll be shortlisting few ideas. Then next 2 days, you'll be going through skilling program. And after that, those ideas will be like your team will be mentored by experts, and we will convert those ideas into some viable products. So if you look at the brochure, if you look at the pamphlet, the prize money, probably it's like your 2-3 days pocket money. Maybe 1 month's pocket money, 15 days pocket money, 10 days pocket money. But the kind of mentorship, the kind of skilling program that you will get, that I definitely tell you, it worth lakhs of rupees. It's not easy to get a good mentor, a good resources. It's not easy. So don't look at it, because I expected that more than this, maybe 200, 300 participants would come up, pour up, because that is the usual thing. But then looking, some people might have just seen the prize money and probably kept themselves restricted, might have not taken participation, might have not participated. Anyways, I want all of you to start working on your problems and then the idea, because that is what you are going to present. So I'll give you some tips so that how exactly you should go ahead. Some of the students told me that, yes, we do not have idea, how can we participate? And this Ideathon is basically for them to start thinking, so that they come up with the idea, which could be then later on converted into products. Anyway, so design your thinking. That is basically the talk. Design thinking is nowadays have become popular. It's not only in the construction field or architectural field or mechanical field, but now design thinking has penetrated in every aspect. Even in teaching also, we use this word very often, design thinking. So I have given this thing name, design your thinking. How we should think. IITs or other big institutions are working on developing thinking skills. बिकॉज हम लोग क्या करते हैं ना, कॉलेज में जाते हैं, बुक्स पढ़ते हैं, लेक्चर्स होते हैं, वहां पे शाम को घर आते हैं, दिन भर कॉलेज रहना पड़ता है. जैसे वीपीएम या वीएस जैसा कॉलेज हो या पीवीपी जैसे कॉलेज हो, तो सुबह से लेके शाम तक गेट बंद होता है, जाने को नहीं मिलता है ना. I have taught in VES, I have taught for 12 years, and in PVP I have been here for 12 years, and in VPM I have been for many years. In Sabu Siddiq also I have been as a controller of examination for many years. So I have almost have gone experienced every polytechnic. तो ऐसे होता है, तो बोर हो जाते हैं काफी. तो ये थिंकिंग स्किल्स डेवलप करने के लिए टाइम ही नहीं मिलता. पढ़ने के लिए एग्जाम्स में इतने टाइम निकल जाता है, रट्टा मारने में इतना टाइम निकल जाता है कि बस थिंकिंग स्किल क्या डेवलप करे. बट यू नेम अ बिग इंस्टीट्यूशन, एनी बिग इंस्टीट्यूशन, दे ऑल वर्क ऑन डेवलपिंग थिंकिंग स्किल्स. सी वी डू नॉट वांट रोट लर्नर्स. नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आ रहा है एंड आपके आया है, और आप सब लोग जब डिग्री करने जाओगे तो नए एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अंदर आप सीखोगे जिसमें वैरायटी है. इतनी वैरायटी है कि आप ड्यूअल डिग्री कर सकते हो. एक डिग्री मेजर आपने की इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में की और दूसरी माइनर डिग्री आपने कंप्यूटर्स में की. ऐसे ड्यूअल डिग्री ऑप्शंस भी आपको मिलेंगे. नेक्स्ट ईयर जब एडमिशन लोगे आप, अगर आप थर्ड ईयर स्टूडेंट हो तो नेक्स्ट ईयर एडमिशन लेने हो, ड्यूअल डिग्री के ऑप्शंस मिलेंगे. और ड्यूअल डिग्री इसलिए कि मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी, इतनी सारी बातें की सुबह से हमने, तो ये सारी चीजें नीड ऑफ एन आवर है. तो इसके लिए ये ड्यूअल डिग्री का चीज आया है. और जिसके पास ये थिंकिंग स्किल्स है, भले ही आपको 60% मार्क हो, 50% मार्क हो, इफ यू आर गुड इन थिंकिंग, इफ यू कैन थिंक रैशनली, इफ यू कैन थिंक क्रिटिकली, इफ यू कैन थिंक लैटरली, then yes, the whole world is for you. Industry wants people, those who can think, workers, those who can think, employees, those who can think. अगर सिर्फ बॉस ने जो बताया गया है वही काम अगर करना है, तो why we are doing engineering? We should be in an office doing some clerk का job, right? But no, we are all going to be engineers. और अगर इंजीनियर को थिंकिंग नहीं आता है तो टाइपिस्ट को टाइपिंग नहीं आता है. I can relate to that level. So design thinking, it's a concept, it's a way in which the problem solving could be done. It's a problem solving technique. Some people call it as an innovation technique. Yes, it's an innovation technique, problem solving technique, whatever you look at. but it's a systematic way of doing the things, solving the problem, getting the product developed. How many of you are from the software engineering, computer engineering? You all have this one subject called software engineering, all of you. So you must have studied waterfall model. Yeah. So see, there are techniques for developing a product. There is a product development life cycle. Whenever you develop a product, आप कोई प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करना चाहते हैं तो उसका एक लाइफ साइकिल होता है. एक स्टार्ट होती है और एंड होती है, और बहुत सारे केसेस में वो स्टार्ट होती है आइडिया से और एंड होती है ऑब्वियसली स्केल अप प्रोडक्ट जो भी है फाइनल एंड होती है. तो ये लाइफ साइकिल जो है प्रोडक्ट का लाइफ साइकिल, इट गोज इनटू द स्टेजेस, और उसको स्टेज गेट प्रोसेस बोलते हैं, या वाटरफॉल मॉडल. यू कैन कंपेयर विद द वाटरफॉल मॉडल. तो वो जो स्टेप्स होते हैं ना, कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट लिया, फिर उसको डिटेल रिक्वायरमेंट लिया, फिर टेक्निकल रिक्वायरमेंट में कन्वर्ट किया, फिर उसके यूएमएल वगैरह आप बनाते हो, एंड देन यू कम अप विद द एल्गोरिथम, एंड देन यू कन्वर्ट इट इनटू कोडिंग, एंड देन यू टिपिकल मॉडल. देखो उसका ड्रॉबैक है, उसके ड्रॉबैक्स है, और बहुत सारी वक्त ऐसा पाया गया है कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स ऐसे हैं जो मार्केट में तो आ गए, लेकिन इस ये लाइफ साइकिल जैसे मैंने बताया स्टेज गेट जैसे मैंने बोला, तो उसकी वजह से वो प्रोडक्ट फेल हो गया, क्योंकि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो उसमें शामिल था वो उसके ऊपर ध्यान ही नहीं गया. People have directly started with the idea that they develop into prototype, और प्रोटोटाइप हो गया, फिर वैलिडेशन वगैरह हो गया, और फिर डायरेक्टली प्रोडक्ट आ गया मार्केट में. लेकिन जब मार्केट में आया तो पता चला नहीं. सुबह मैंने एग्जांपल दिया था टाटा नैनो का, है ना, तो बेस्ट एग्जांपल. तो टाटा नैनो चली नहीं. क्यों चली नहीं, मैंने पूछा था आपको. तो वो पुअर मैन कार करके एक टैग लग गया उसको पहले ही. इट्स अ पुअर मैन कार. सो एनी मिडिल क्लास पर्सन वो जब बाय करेगा तो ऑब्वियसली वो पुअर मैन का कार है यार, क्या टाटा नैनो चला रहा है, वो एक नोशन तैयार हो गया पब्लिक में. ठीक है. और एवरीबडी वांटेड टू ड्राइव सम दैट कार व्हिच प्रोबेबली हैज गॉट सम स्टेटस इन द सोसाइटी. वो हो गया. Technologically, it was fantastic. Tata people worked really hard in coming up with such car. And if you look at Japan or China, there are multiple such small cars in China. Nobody says that कि poor man's car है वगैरह वगैरह. उल्टा दो जन अगर बैठ के कार में जाते हैं, इतनी सी छोटी सी कार है, बॉम्बे के रोड्स देखो, ट्रैफिक कंजेशन is a huge problem. So छोटी कार is always a maneuverability उसकी जो रहती है वो अच्छी रहती है. But देन वो प्रॉब्लम फेल हो गया. इसका मेन रीजन बताया जाता है कि वो टाटा नैनो बनाते समय टाटा के मन में क्या था, रतन टाटा क्या सोचा था उन्होंने कि अफोर्डेबल कार होगा. गरीब से गरीब बंदा वो कार लेके जो बाइक से जाता है, जो प्रॉब्लम फेस करता है बाइक की वजह से, उसके लिए कार बनाई मैंने. तो देयर वाज अ सिंपैथी देन एम्पैथी. तो डिजाइन थिंकिंग की जब हम बात करते हैं तो एम्पैथी एक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती है. और इसके लिए मैंने सुबह बोला था कि आप सोसाइटी के साथ, लोगों के साथ कनेक्ट हो जाओ. जितना आपका कनेक्ट लोगों से है, सोसाइटी से है, अपने आजू बाजू के लोगों से है, उतना आपके लिए प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट, कोई आइडिया जनरेट करना इजी होगा. बहुत से सारे ऐसे एग्जाम्पल है, कॉर्पोरेट एग्जाम्पल से, जहां पे अगर कुछ डेवलप करनी है तो वो दे हैव फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस. आप अमेरिका में एकदम कॉजी ऑफिस में बैठ के नाइजीरिया या फिर सोमालिया के लोगों को जो प्रॉब्लम्स आती है वो सॉल्व करने लगेंगे, तो इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. फॉर दैट यू नीड टू गो टू दैट प्लेस, एक्सपीरियंस द प्रॉब्लम एंड देन कम अप विद द सॉल्यूशन. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड एज एम्पैथी. And that is the basic part which was missing in stage gate process. Stage gate process जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस है वो स्टार्ट होती है आइडिया से. बट यहां पे डिजाइन थिंकिंग जब हम बात करते हैं, डिजाइन थिंकिंग स्टार्ट्स विद एम्पैथी. और एम्पैथी से पहले अगर मैं बात करूं तो इट स्टार्ट्स विद इंस्पिरेशन. ये डिजाइन थिंकिंग जो प्रोसेस है ना, वो 5 stages में होती है. Starts with empathy, but some people have added 2 more stages to it. I'll show it in a slide. That is, first slide is inspiration. Without inspiration, there cannot be any idea. You cannot have idea without inspiration. Why you are here? Because you are inspired already. कोई कॉलेज ने कंपल्शन किया करके आप यहां पे आए हो? कंपल्शन आ जाते, सुबह आ जाते, लेकिन शाम को जूहू चौपाटी जरूर जाते. अब तक जूहू चौपाटी पहुंच गए होते अगर इंस्पिरेशन नहीं होता तब. तो फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट थिंग इज inspiration, which is already there. Now the empathy. Okay. Before that, what is design thinking? It's a discipline that uses designers' sensibility and methods to match people's need. Okay. Let us not go into definitions, but सुबह मैंने 3 बातें बोली थी. Desirability, profitability, viability and profitability and desirability. So ये 3 चीजें जो है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तीनों चीजें का मिक्सचर डिजाइन थिंकिंग में. Let's go ahead. I'll cover it very fast. Stage gate process. Akash tablet, Mahindra two-wheelers. Mahindra two-wheelers तो शायद हमने देखे नहीं थे, प्रोडक्ट था. Mahindra two-wheelers, आकाश टैबलेट भी देखा नहीं. बहुत हाइप था आकाश टैबलेट का, लेकिन हमने देखा नहीं. This is what the thing is. It's not about idea, it's about the problem. So how well you understand problem defines or decides how good your idea will be and how good your product will be. So empathize, empathy, define, ideate, prototype and testing. These are the 5 stages of design thinking. First, empathize, understand the problem. जो कभी बाहर गया ही नहीं है और वो कुछ छाता में ऐसे छाता बनाऊंगा, वैसे छाता बनाऊंगा, या ऐसा कैंपिंग के लिए टेंट, कभी कैंप नहीं गया और कैंपिंग के लिए मैं टेंट बनाऊंगा, उसमें ये फैसिलिटी रहेगा, वो फैसिलिटी रहेगा, कुछ आइडिया जनरेट करता है. नो, यू हैव टू फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस, एम्पथाइज, go to the roots and find out, and then come up with the problem, then define the problem. Ideate is the third stage. It's not in the, it's in the middle. It's not first stage. Ideate, prototype, टेस्टिंग करना है, कस्टमर्स तक लेके जाना है, इन्वेस्टर तक लेके जाना है, लोगों से वेरीफाई करना है आपका प्रोडक्ट सही है कि नहीं है, वैलिडेट करना है, तो प्रोटोटाइपिंग चाहिए, एंड देन टेस्ट एंड ऑब्वियसली देन स्केल अप द प्रोडक्शन. सो दिस इज टिपिकल स्टेट. Will not go into detail. Inspiration, inspire, sorry for the spelling typo there, and then scaling. So these are the things which are added later, and this is iterative process. ऐसे नहीं होता है जैसे स्टेज गेट में क्या होता था, किया प्रोडक्शन किया, लास्ट स्टेज तक गए, फिर अगर पता चला कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, फिर से आपने स्टार्ट किया यहां से. यहां पे ईच स्टेज में आपको वैलिडेशन है, ईच स्टेज में आप चेक करते हो. नाउ थिंकिंग स्किल्स और डिजाइन योर थिंकिंग, दैट वाज द टॉपिक. तो आई जस्ट ब्रश अपॉन दिस थिंग्स. ये वर्ड्स बहुत कॉमन हो गए आजकल. लीन थिंकिंग, lateral thinking, critical thinking, and design thinking. On vertical axis, it's a problem axis. Horizontal axis is a solution axis. And there are 2 things, known, unknown. Problem could be known, problem could be unknown. And solution also could be known and unknown. And then comes your lean thinking, all these thinking skills. Lean thinking, when the problem is known and solution is also known, then the strategy that you apply or the thinking that you apply is a lean thinking. Problem is known, solution is also known. So what is there to do? What is there to do? क्या करोगे आप? उसको और बेहतर बनाओगे ना. जो प्रोसेस है उसको आप और सिक्स सिग्मा वगैरह जो है टेक्निक्स है, काइजन, सिक्स सिग्मा, और बेहतर बनाने के लिए टेक्निक्स है. प्रॉब्लम नोन है, सॉल्यूशन भी नोन है, उसको बेहतर बनाओ. known problem, known solution. See, lean, six sigma, agile development and all, these are the parts of the such kind of problems. Okay. आप जब आइडिएट करोगे तो ये सोचना कि प्रॉब्लम अननोन है, सॉल्यूशन भी अननोन है, definitely you have to go for design thinking. Otherwise, there are other thinkings. So time is so small कि मैं हर एक चीज डिटेल में नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन मैं आपको आइडिया छोड़ के जा रहा हूं. देयर आर इनफ मटेरियल ऑन द इंटरनेट. गो थ्रू द वीडियोस ऑफ ईच टाइप ऑफ थिंकिंग. देन लैटरल थिंकिंग, एक स्कैम्पर टेक्निक है लैटरल थिंकिंग इनोवेशन के लिए, वो भी मैं ब्रश करूंगा, थोड़ा बाद में दिखाऊंगा आपको. लैटरल, एडवर्ड डी ब्यूनो, वेरी फेमस टेक्निक, 6 हैट्स, 6 थिंकिंग हैट्स उन्होंने दिए. तो लैटरल थिंकिंग कभी होता है, नोन प्रॉब्लम है और सॉल्यूशन अननोन है. प्रॉब्लम इज नोन बट द सॉल्यूशन इज अननोन. पीछे देखो, प्रॉब्लम इज नोन, सॉल्यूशन इज ऑल्सो, सॉरी ये आगे जा रहा है. ठीक है, प्रॉब्लम इज नोन एंड सॉल्यूशन इज नोन. एग्जाम्पल मैंने दिया, पार्किंग इश्यू इन मुंबई. प्रॉब्लम पता है सबको, पार्किंग इश्यू क्यों है. सॉल्यूशन भी पता है, नॉट वेरी कोई बहुत बहुत बड़ा चीज नहीं, सॉल्यूशन भी पता है. ठीक है, फिर लेकिन आगे जैसे जाओगे, अगर लैटरल थिंकिंग है तो हेलमेट इश्यू पकड़ो. सेम प्रॉब्लम आप ले लो, हेलमेट इश्यू. लोग हेलमेट नहीं पहनते, टू व्हीलर चलाते हैं, हेलमेट नहीं पहनते. तो यहां पे क्या है, प्रॉब्लम नोन है बट सॉल्यूशन, क्यों नहीं हेलमेट पहनते, तो आपको सॉल्यूशन फाइंड आउट करना पड़ेगा. देयर कुड बी मल्टीपल रीजंस. और फिर आपको आइडिएट करना है, तो आइडिया ढूंढो. लोग क्यों नहीं आइडिएट, कैसे, क्या करोगे आप. आइडिया दे दिया मैंने, प्रॉब्लम दे दिया, आइडिया दे दिया, फाइंड अ सॉल्यूशन. लोग हेलमेट पहनना चालू करने चाहिए. दिस वेरी सिंपल आइडिया मैंने दे दिया. व्हाट यू रिक्वायर इज लैटरल थिंकिंग. ऐसी क्या चीज करोगे आप, क्या प्रोडक्ट बनाओगे या क्या चीज करोगे जैसे कि लोग हेलमेट पहनना शुरू करेंगे. जैसे कोई पेट्रोल पंप होता है, नो हेलमेट नो पेट्रोल, तो पीपल स्टार्ट वेयरिंग. लॉज आर देयर फॉर एवरीथिंग. किसी का मर्डर किया तो भी लॉ है, लेकिन मर्डर होते हैं, है ना, फांसी दी जाती है लेकिन मर्डर होते हैं. क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग में प्रॉब्लम अननोन है, सॉल्यूशंस नोन है. बहुत बार क्या होता है ना, प्रॉब्लम क्या है वही पता नहीं चलता. मेरे जिंदगी में प्रॉब्लम है, सर ने बोला था ना, मेरे जिंदगी में प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या है पता नहीं. अगर प्रॉब्लम पता होता तो मैं सॉल्यूशन निकालता. सॉल्यूशन है मेरे पास रेडी, बहुत सारे सॉल्यूशन है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तो सॉल्यूशन कौन सा लगाऊं मैं. सो देयर कम्स क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग. इश्यू ऑफ डिसिप्लिन, अगेन ट्रैफिक का इश्यू ले रहा हूं मैं. डिसिप्लिन है क्या ट्रैफिक में, नहीं. तो प्रॉब्लम इज अननोन, व्हाई पीपल आर नॉट फॉलोइंग डिसिप्लिन. प्रॉब्लम इज अननोन बट सॉल्यूशन पता है. सॉल्यूशन, अगर प्रॉब्लम पता चल गया मुझे कि क्यों नहीं डिसिप्लिन फॉलो करते हैं, तो मैं सॉल्यूशन दे सकता हूं. रादर इट इज इजी. Unknown problems and unknown solution, that is where design thinking comes in. So the great person said, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. तो आपको कुछ अलग अप्रोच लेना पड़ेगा, तभी आप ऐसे प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन दोगे. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स. एकदम फास्ट, फटाफट, ये तो मैं शेयर कर दूंगा पीपीडीज आपके लिए, या यूट्यूब पे है. बाय द वे, PVPELN, मॉर्निंग में मैंने चैलेंज नहीं बोला था, आपको मैसेज में आया रहेगा. तो वीडियो अगर आपको देखना है वापस, तो PVPELN, दैट इज अ चैनल एक्रोनिम. यू कैन हैंडल चैनल हैंडल, यूट्यूब चैनल हैंडल. टेनेट्स ऑफ डिजाइन थिंकिंग. अगर ये डिजाइन थिंकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी आपको अपनानी है, जो भी प्रोडक्ट बनाओगे आपके कंपनी में उसको एम्बाइब करना है डिजाइन थिंकिंग, तो इन चीजों की तरफ आपको जरूर ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. शॉर्ट, आई विल कीप इट वेरी ब्रीफ. ब्रिंग ह्यूमन टू सेंटर ऑफ योर वर्क. अमेजॉन का एग्जांपल दिया मैंने, बिकॉज जो देखो, वी आफ्टर ऑल वी आर ऑल ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, राइट. और जो भी प्रोडक्ट आप करोगे, जो भी आइडिया आप लाओगे, अगर वो ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक नहीं है तो वो कभी नहीं चलेगी, ज्यादा देर तक नहीं चलेगी. इनिशियल चली तो भी ज्यादा देर नहीं चलेगी. सो ब्रिंग ह्यूमन टू सेंटर ऑफ योर वर्क. अमेजॉन, आज देखो अमेजॉन ने क्या क्या कहां तक, जब इंडिया में आने के बाद आज पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ बन गया अमेजॉन, राइट. अमेजॉन को ये पड़ी नहीं है वो कौन से चैनल से राउट कर रहा है उतना माल. बुक है, बुक किंडल से भी जा सकते हो, हार्ड कॉपी भी मंगा सकते हो, हार्ड कवर भी मंगा सकते हो. देयर आर मल्टीपल वेज थ्रू विच यू सोर्स योर बुक. अमेजॉन से जब ऑर्डर करते हो, आधे घंटे का डिलीवरी है, 1 डे का डिलीवरी है, 2 डेज का डिलीवरी है, तो दे हैव एस्टैब्लिश्ड द चैनल. लोगों की जरूरत के हिसाब से वो देते हैं. दे हैव इंटीग्रेटेड ऑल द किराना स्टोर पीपल कि उनके माल वो लोग रखे और तुरंत हाफ अ किलोमीटर का डिस्टेंस में वो लोग डिलीवरी करें ताकि डिलीवरी फास्ट मिले. अमेजॉन फ्रेश. तो ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच ऑलवेज, जब आप आइडिएट करोगे इस कंपटीशन के लिए और थीम्स आपको पता है, तो ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच की तरफ ध्यान दे दीजिए. इट्स नॉट अबाउट डिजाइनिंग एज मच एज अबाउट थिंकिंग. कभी कभी क्या होता है ना, डिजाइन के चक्कर में हम लोग इतने उसमें चले जाते हैं कि बस वो डिजाइन के लिए काम करते हैं. एक प्रोडक्ट है, एक प्रोडक्ट के लिए काम करते हैं हम, उसके एप्लीकेशन के लिए नहीं काम करते, उसकी यूजेबिलिटी के लिए काम नहीं करते. थिंक बियॉन्ड प्रोडक्ट्स मैंने लिखा था कि प्रोडक्ट में घुस जाते, मेरा प्रोडक्ट ऐसा होना चाहिए, प्रोडक्ट वैसा होना चाहिए, प्रोडक्ट में ये फीचर होना चाहिए, वो फीचर होना चाहिए, और वो फीचर के इसमें एस्थेटिक के इसमें इतना बिजी हो जाते हैं कि बेसिक उसका जो यूज है वो भूल जाते हैं, उसकी एप्लीकेबिलिटी भूल जाते हैं. तो वो उसमें खो नहीं जाना. फोकस ऑन द सब्जेक्ट नॉट द ऑब्जेक्ट. इंक्यूबेटर का एग्जांपल है, नहीं अभी टाइम नहीं है तो इतना नहीं कवर करता हूं मैं. सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम विद द कस्टमर एंड नॉट फॉर द कस्टमर. आप किसके लिए प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हो? यू विल कम अप विद सम आइडिया, लेकिन किसके लिए? जिसके लिए आप कर रहे हो उसके साथ मिलकर काम करो, उसके लिए काम मत करो सिर्फ. समझ रहे हो कुछ? उसको पार्ट ऑफ द डिजाइनिंग प्रोसेस बनाओ. Get the validation right from the beginning itself. Get the validation from that person or वो set up people जो भी है. तो for the people नहीं, with the people काम करो. Balance between, मैंने बोला, think broad before you go narrow. देखो जब आइडिया जनरेट करोगे ना, तो 10 आइडियाज, 15 आइडियाज, मतलब सॉल्यूशन पहले डिफाइन करोगे, एनालाइज करोगे, और उस प्रॉब्लम के लिए आपके पास 15-20 सॉल्यूशंस होने चाहिए. फिर आप उसको नैरो डाउन करो. सो दैट इज व्हाट इट सेड इन 7 नंबर पॉइंट. थिंक ब्रॉड बिफोर यू गो नैरो. Compartmentalize your thinking. Symptoms to the problem. From symptoms, you have to go to the problems and to the root cause. Sell the problem before you sell solution. क्या आप इससे परेशान हो? जो भी है. तो ये क्या बताता है? आप प्रॉब्लम सेल कर रहे हो, है ना? वंस पीपल अंडरस्टैंड द प्रॉब्लम, आपका सॉल्यूशन जो है वो बिक जाता है. तो वो प्रॉब्लम फोकस करना आप भूलना नहीं. थिंक विथ योर हैंड. कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स में कुछ पॉइंट्स का थिंक विथ योर हैंड्स मतलब करो, आप क्रिएट करो, प्रोटोटाइपिंग करो. प्रोटोटाइपिंग के बिना डायरेक्टली प्रोडक्ट नहीं बनता है. विजुअलाइज योर थिंकिंग, फेल ऑफन टू सक्सीड सूनर. इट्स क्वाइट स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड. स्क्रैम्पर टेक्निक आइडिएशन के लिए आपको बहुत काम आएगा, इनोवेशन के लिए. शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट स्क्रैम्पर टेक्निक नेट पे आपको मिल जाएगा. क्या करना है? कुछ सवाल खुद को पूछने हैं. एक्सक्यूज मी, नाउ दिस इज आई एम गोइंग टू द एक्चुअल आइडिएशन. आपको एक पाथवे दिखा रहा हूं, क्या करना है आपको आइडिएशन करते वक्त. एस फॉर सब्स्टिट्यूट. तो ये सारे जो क्वेश्चन है वो खुद को पूछना. डोंट राइट इट डाउन, आई विल शेयर ऑन द व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप. ये सारे सब्स्टिट्यूट, स्क्रैम्पर, एस फॉर सब्स्टिट्यूट. सब्स्टिट्यूट में क्या क्या क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं? व्हाट कैन आई सब्स्टिट्यूट सो एज टू मेक एन इंप्रूवमेंट. बहुत सारे मार्केट में आपको प्रोडक्ट्स दिखेंगे जिन्होंने ये स्क्रैम्पल टेक्निक यूज करके अपना प्रोडक्ट और बेहतरीन बनाया है, लोगों तक पहुंचाया है और काफी सक्सेसफुल रहे हैं. मैकडॉनल्ड्स, आप यू टेक एग्जांपल, इतने सारे चेंजेस उन्होंने किए अपने स्ट्रेटेजी में, अपने प्रोडक्ट्स में. आप देखते हो ना, प्रोडक्ट मेनू कितना चेंज होता है, कैसे चेंज होता है उनका, और मेनू चेंज होने के बाद कितना अच्छे से एडवर्टाइजमेंट करते हैं. उनका जो क्या ऑन द वे, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, कार में जाके आप लेते हो, ड्राइव इन थिंग, ओके, टेक अवे, हैप्पी मील. यू विल फाइंड एवरीथिंग each and every aspect of this cramper technique involved in MACD. It's not a new, बहुत पुराना चेन है. तो जब आपको कुछ आइडिया आएगी ना और आप उस पर काम कर रहे हो, पूछो खुद को कि कैन आई सब्स्टिट्यूट दिस, कैसे मैं इंप्रूवमेंट करूं. आप प्लेस, मटेरियल, टाइम यूज कर रहे हो, तो क्या मैं सब्स्टिट्यूट कर सकता हूं, कुछ पार्ट उसमें से सब्स्टिट्यूट कर सकता हूं या पूरा का पूरा सब्स्टिट्यूट करूंगा. शुड आई चेंज द नेम, कैन आई चेंज रूल्स, कैन आई यूज अदर इंग्रेडिएंट्स और मटेरियल, कैन आई यूज अदर प्रोसेस और प्रोसीजर्स. काफी एक्सटेंसिव लिस्ट है. तो जब आप आइडिएशन प्रोसेस में रहोगे तो ये सारे क्वेश्चंस आप पूछ लेना खुद को, आपको और आइडियाज आते जाएंगे. आपकी मेथोडोलॉजी चेंज होगी, आपके इंग्रेडिएंट्स शायद होंगे, आपका टारगेट ऑडियंस चेंज होगा, शायद प्रॉब्लम डेफिनेशन भी बदल सकती है, फिर से आपको जाना पड़ेगा एम्पथाइज करने के लिए. तो ये क्वेश्चंस आप जरूर पूछना. कंबाइन, फॉर एग्जाम्पल कभी कभी मैं आपको लगता है कि हाँ, क्या मैं ये चीज इसके साथ कंबाइन करूं तो प्रोडक्ट मेरा बेहतर रहेगा, तो आइडिया मेरी बेहतर रहेगी. तो ये सारे क्वेश्चंस है कंबाइन से रिलेटेड. अडैप्ट, तो जो अडेप्टेशन है वो किसके लिए मैं कर रहा हूं, ये टारगेट ग्रुप है, कैन आई अडेप्ट द सेम थिंग फॉर अदर्स, तो आपको शायद टारगेट ग्रुप चेंज मिलेगा. मॉडिफाई, क्या मैं मॉडिफाई कर सकता हूं, एक्स्ट्रा फीचर्स डालू, क्या एक्स्ट्रा फीचर्स, एक्स्ट्रा वैल्यू ऐड कैसे कर सकता हूं, टारगेट ग्रुप कैसे बढ़ाऊं, ये सारी चीजें. देखो ये सारी चीजें जब आप देखोगे और जब आप पिच करने जाओगे, सारे क्वेश्चंस आपके जो आप आइडिया पिच करोगे ना, सारे क्वेश्चन इससे रिलेटेड रहेंगे. अगर आपने एक एक क्वेश्चन लेके उसके ऊपर काम किया तो जो फाइनल राउंड होगा तब यू वुड बी एबल टू आंसर ईच एंड एवरीथिंग. सो टेक दिस क्वेश्चन एज अ गाइड. पुट टू अंडर यूज, एलिमिनेट. कभी कभी प्रोडक्ट सिंपल रहेगा ना तो ज्यादा अपीलिंग रहता है. बहुत सारा चीज, अभी ये देखो, और ऐसा ही रिमोट आपने शायद वो सेटअप बॉक्स के लिए भी देखा रहेगा, इतना छोटा. और पहले के जो वीसीआर रहता है, वीसीपी रहता है, आई डोंट नो वेदर यू हैव सीन वीसीआर वगैरह, पहले कैसेट्स रहते थे, वो प्ले होते थे, उसका रिमोट देखना, या आज भी टीवी का रिमोट भी देखना, इतना स्मार्ट नहीं रहता, इतना छोटा नहीं रहता जितना एसटीबी का रहता है. सारे फंक्शंस आप उसमें कर सकते हो. तो सिंपल जितना रखोगे उतना अपीलिंग रहता है. ओवरवेलमिंग चीज नहीं होनी चाहिए. Rearrange. So these are the techniques, scramper technique. So there are for rearrange. So these I'll share. Follow these guidelines. Since morning you have heard many people, especially मैंने Mr. Monu और सलमान को इसके लिए बुलाया था कि they are not very old, they are younger, a young generation. They represent millennials, right? You are millennials or Gen Z? Millennials. So they actually, they can be your good role model. I understand. They are the role models. And all these speakers are available to you. You can write to us anytime. We will connect you with them. All the best for your next phase of the competition. Thank you.
Please maintain in your seats. It was a great pleasure to have you, Mr. Dinesh, sir. Thank you all for attending the event today and all the best for the Ideathon. Once again, thank you all for your participation and activeness. Please stand in your place. We will click a group photo. Please stand in your places. We will play national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे